these infections, and it's concerning.
Over the highly contagious and potentially deadly disease affecting dogs. Straight ahead, what every pet owner needs to know. Plus, dropping in. We get an inside look at the NFL's only parachute team.
How high are you when you can hear the crowd?
During certain games, when it's big enough, we've heard them as soon as we've exited the aircraft.
Taking the leap with Denver Broncos Thunderstorm squad.
Oh boy.
And off the charts, from the big winners
I don't have enough hands for them all.
to the even bigger performances. We're covering all the best moments from last night's Billboard Music Awards, today, Monday, November 20th, 2023.
On a trip to celebrate our graduation from Haslett, Texas. With our mom from Calexico, California. On a bucket list trip to the Today Show.
And sending love to my grandma Kathy and family.
In St. Louis, Missouri. Visiting from New Orleans. We're officially 21.
I'm celebrating my first year of retirement.
From Corinth, Mississippi.
Hi to my 3 sons in St. Pete, Florida.
Hi to my friends at Unity High School.
In Balsam Lake, Wisconsin.
Wofford College, class of 97. Here to meet Craig Melvin.
From Roswell, Georgia.
Mom's turning 75 today.
We're back now with our series Inside the Game, taking you behind the scenes of the NFL. Last night on Sunday Night Football, the Broncos pulled off a thrilling victory. That last-minute touchdown, and they won the game.
It was a good game, too. Thrilling is a good word, because this morning we are getting a look at the only parachute team in the NFL. They're called Thunderstorm. They skydive into Denver's Mile House Stadium before every Broncos game. It's quite the sight to behold.
Well, Jacob Soboroff went to Denver to see how they train for their weekly high-pressure jump, and I guess you figured if you can't beat them, join them.
Had to do it. The bar, by the way, is so high here after Jenna's jump and watching all of you watch her do it live, but I had to do it. Sometimes my bosses here at NBC come to me and they say, are you available to cover a breaking news story? Sure. Medical breakthrough? No problem. Celebrity interview? I got it. And then there was the time they said, how would you like to jump out of a plane from 12,000 feet? I had never been skydiving before, but the answer, of course, was yes. And that is how I wound up in Denver recently, ready to board a plane to share a behind-the-scenes, a bird's-eye look at the legendary Thunderstorm.
At 5,000 feet above the city of Thunderstorm has just exited the plane.
Last night, the Denver Broncos parachute team lit up the sky. They brought high speed, high energy, and high drama to Mile High Stadium. Every week, Thunderstorm jumps from 5,000 feet at speeds of up to 60 miles an hour, dodging camera cables and field goal wires, with many anxiously waiting for them to land safely in the end zone. Kenyon Salo and Rich Cervantes are Thunderstorm skydivers.
How high are you when you can hear the crowd?
During certain games, when it's big enough, we've heard them as soon as we've exited the aircraft.
From thousands of feet in the air.
Yeah.
You can literally feel the vibration from the crowd when you're starting your turn. And when you land, it just gets louder and louder until your feet touch the ground.
Salo and Cervantes have decades of experience between them. They say they recognize the risks of the job.
What we have to do, especially skydiving into the game, we have to take all the parameters, whether it's winds or clouds or just the night game in general, and we have to be able to put that into focus. So we don't let fear grab a hold of us.
My daughter asked me before I came here, she's 3, Dad, why are you jumping out of a plane? What is the answer that I should give her?
Because it's there.
Because it's there.
Why does a man climb a mountain?
You're going to be in that door. You're going to have all the emotions. They may be bottled up inside, but you will feel it, and then it will come out when you free fall, because that's when the excitement happens. Let's get you suited up and make it happen.
Let's go.
I traveled about an hour outside of Denver to Thunderstorm's training center. I got to admit, the thought of suiting up might have given me some second thoughts. It was either that or the paperwork I had to sign.
It's hard to type when the sweat from your hands is soaking the keyboard.
I met my skydiving instructor, Ryan, who would be attached to me during our tandem jump.
How many jumps have you done?
I've been skydiving for about 7 years, and I got right around 5,000 skydives. So we're gonna go through a quick ground training and a quick ground briefing.
Ryan got me suited up.
My breathing is steadily increasing.
And walked me through what happens during the skydive.
So I want you to put your toes right on the edge.
Yep.
Perfect. So I'm gonna rock us in, out. What that is?
Out.
Yeah. In,
out. Yep.
And so that's kind of our ready, set, go.
Okay.
The most important thing that I kind of also have to preface is in the event of an emergency, and that's inside or outside the airplane, take directions from me directly. Other than that, you ready to go skydive?
See, no jokes with that one. Yeah, I'm ready.
Perfect.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go skydive.
Okay.
It's been really nice knowing you guys.
Before I knew it, I was climbing into the plane with the other members of Thunderstorm.
Oh boy. Time to take off. No turning back.
And sitting in the airplane climbing to 12,000 feet, I started sweating.
Getting close.
Was I really about to jump out of a perfectly good airplane? Luckily, I didn't have long to contemplate life's bigger questions. My mind went blank. I was in front of an open door on an airplane, and then we jumped.
Oh my God. Wow.
You just completed your very first skydive.
My guy!
After 45 seconds of free fall, our parachute was open and we were soaring through the Rockies.
Ryan, that's amazing. I have never experienced anything like this in my entire life. It is it's an extraordinary experience. I cannot believe I just jumped out of an airplane, Ryan. Woo! Oh my God.
And then, as Thunderstorm promised, I was safely back on Earth.
Ryan, my guy. That was epic, dude. That was amazing. Holy Are my hands shaking? That was amazing. I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that in my life. I cannot believe they actually do this and then jump into the stadium.
Walking off that field with Thunderstorm, I got to experience a little piece of what they do every week, reminding me to enjoy every moment on the ground.
It was absolutely.
Wow.
Thank you to the Thunderstorm.
That
They are the all. And I'm sorry for the swearing on national television. Thank you for bleeping it. It was great. That's how I blow dry my hair every morning. Actually, when I jump.
Would you do it again?
Absolutely, in 2 seconds. I trust people in the studio, no matter where it is, who are professionals that tell you, they know what they're doing, and these guys knew what they were doing.
What about the falling piece before the parachute was pulled? That looks really
It's the best
scary.
part. I thought that that's where I was going to be swearing and screaming and begging for mercy. But there, it's like I couldn't even find the words because it's like such a transcendent, profound experience. You're looking around, and also you're getting hit in the face with a 120-mile-an-hour wind going down.
Did you keep your eyes open the whole time?
I tried to. Think about that. These guys go into the stadium, so they landed in a field. They're landing 2 times faster than we were coming down, and land inside the field at the stadium every single Sunday. It's like they're amazing, amazing people. I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity.
That's really but that was great.
You're brave.
Thank you.
Let's go,
Savannah.
You look like you jumped.
I know, me? No, I don't have the guts. I applaud you. That's amazing.
No interest.
You ever
No,
done it?
never done it.
No. I still maximum respect to Jenna for doing it live. And Jenna doing it live was the all-time best.
Yeah, she didn't cuss either. She just yelled Hoda.
Hoda, I know.
It's like a curse word.
Yeah, what? Well, this morning we are celebrating 20 years of our Thanksgiving series, which focuses on the life-saving work at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Many of the kids we've profiled over the years are grown now and cancer-free, so we wanted to celebrate them and the amazing work of all the doctors and nurses at St. Jude. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren has more.
How many of y'all to sing with me? They go like, I do this for the Jude.
This is rap star Nick London.
Fight after fight, we saving lives.
You may remember him as a St. Jude patient. We first met back in 2016.
I feel my road to recovery would have been a lot harder.
A rising basketball star, he was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. When St. Jude opened in 1962, the survival rate for ALL was 4%. Now it's 94%.
I pray you see yourself in something more than damage.
Today, Nick's a successful rapper, helping us celebrate 20 years of Thanksgiving. An idea Marlo Thomas and her siblings first came up with in 2004. 2 decades later, Thomas's nephew, musician Jason Thomas Gordon, hosted a concert for some of the patients profiled on Today. The grandson of St. Jude founder Danny Thomas, Thomas Gordon learned from a young age about the amazing hospital where no child is ever turned away for the inability to pay.
Cancer was a death sentence for children in the 50s. So for him to go, I don't care, this isn't good enough, I'm going to make this place a reality. I just wish my grandfather were here to see it. He would be amazed by how far we've come.
Rebecca Robinson Simpson was one of the first patients we ever interviewed, diagnosed at 15 months old with neuroblastoma. A related autoimmune disorder took away her ability to walk.
It was hard to believe that we were going to make it through that.
But with the advancements in research being done at St. Jude, survival rates have increased from 51 to 74% in the last 2 decades. And last year, Rebecca, who at one point during treatment couldn't walk, walked down the aisle with her dad.
Very grateful. I'm just so happy I have life. I can be with my loved ones.
Supporting families and children is what St. Jude is all about. Families are housed and fed here as children go through treatment.
Those children, their families are unbelievably strong, and they're looking for hope. And so when I think of it, they're the heroes of the story of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
And so our celebration continued with a surprise for those families. Grammy Award winner Carly Pearce took the stage.
It's all on me, it's my mistake. I said I don't love you a little too late, but I guess there ain't ever a right time, and I don't know why it's called goodbye.
St. Jude is a place where kids can feel like kids, even when they're sick. We first met Brianna Cuevas when she was 10, battling Hodgkin's lymphoma. Back then, she gave us a tour of the hospital. Today, she is a nurse herself, but being back at the hospital that saved her life stirs deep emotions.
This place, it's so amazing.
Does it take you back?
Yeah.
This time, she got the grand tour with patients Alana and Kennedy.
They paint nails and do hair. No one told me about the spa.
A lot has changed over 20 years, but the gratitude for a hospital like St. Jude is as strong as ever. All on one stage, a look at exactly what thanks and giving is all about. 20 years of inspirational stories, each still a reason to give thanks.
My name is Aspen, and I'm a St. Jude patient. Thank you, St. Jude, for helping me survive.
For today, Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News, Memphis.
Oh, wow. Marlo Thomas is the National Outreach Director for St. Jude. Marlo, I mean, seeing the faces is incredible. Seeing the numbers and the statistics is just jarring to realize the survival rates. Now, on this show, I think we featured about 118 children, and the survival rate has obviously improved tremendously. I mean, is there a place down the road where you say to yourself, we can actually even do better than we're doing right now?
Well, you know what's interesting is, I was just told by one of your producers that 16 of those 118 children passed away. Now, that is a really great statistic, but it's still 16 children gone.
Yeah.
So what we're really working on is the incurable diseases now. Our statistics are great in many diseases, but there are incurables. There's so many cancers that are just have horrible outcomes. And so at St. Jude, more than anywhere in the world, we're investing in the science that is going to push through those diseases that cannot be cured, the incurables.
Research is such a huge part of what you do, as well as care for patients. And you have a global outreach.
Right. You know, approximately, I think it's 400,000 children a year will get cancer around the world, and half of them will die without treatment or even knowing they have cancer. And what we've done right now, which I think you'll love, we've invested $300 million in our St. Jude Global Alliance, and we're sending to doctors in 80 countries to help them work together to treat these children. And our goal is that at the end of this decade, we will have improved the 6 most common forms of pediatric cancer from 30% worldwide to 60% by the end of the decade. And that's what we can do with the science. You know, people don't understand that there is the word research in St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And my father used to always say, we don't fix scratch knees here. What we are doing is creating research in our labs, and the doctors are then trying it on the children in the hospital. And that's a very unusual function and dynamic, because most places you're doing the research somewhere in one state and you're trying them on clinics in another state, and you don't have that collaboration.
I mean, seeing the research is incredible, but watching those people, those young kids grow up into these beautiful grown-ups is amazing.
And you've showed so many of them.
Yeah. Marla, that was great. Congratulations on all the work.
Congratulations on our 20 years.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see you back here tomorrow. Another inspiring story about an incredible little girl.
All right, straight ahead. It is not the holiday season without steals and deals. And Jill's here with some amazing gift ideas for all the women in your family. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Jill's Steals and Deals is sponsored by Wells Fargo Credit Cards. Credit cards made for the way you live. That's real life ready.
We're back, Steals and Deals, holiday time. So all week we're going to be sharing amazing deals for everybody on your list. Today we're focusing on the ladies in your life. We got beauty, accessories, more, up to 86% off. Our friend, lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks is here. You can scan the code that you see there if you want to get in on the deals. Move fast, right, Jilly?
Yeah, everything's been selling out really quickly, but we're going to get everyone on your list settled this week, so no worries.
Okay.
This is my Super Bowl. Okay, so you're like, what's this?
I know, what is it?
Okay, I know. So for your hair, which right now is very delicate for me, but everything has to be silk or satin or something on your hair.
So they say.
And so, right, and so to avoid breakage, to avoid frizziness. So feel this. This is super cozy.
Yeah.
This is from Kitsch, who you know from their scrunchies. It also comes with this bundle. It's a satin, they call it the glazy, and 5-piece scrunchie set. The retail is $137. So this is to actually wear around and to sleep in if
like
you want to keep
loungewear.
warm.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And then you put your head in there so your hair is nice.
So your hair stays nice.
Oh, look at these ladies.
Yeah, I mean, they look super chill.
Yeah.
Going down for coffee in the morning. It protects your hair. It comes in blush or charcoal. Super cozy. It's one size fits most, so it's an easy gift. And what a great thing, because it comes with something I never thought went out of style. It comes with the 5 scrunchies that also are great to avoid breakage in your hair, or avoid frizziness. So the retail price is $137. The deal price is $47. And free shipping.
Okay.
That's 66% off.
It looks very cozy.
It's not like you're belting it and wearing it to the Rockettes. It's like something to wear around the house.
Some things even a belt can't help. But this is like a loungewear.
Yes,
super cozy.
yes.
Okay.
So these always blow out. The Corksicle 16-ounce triple insulated mug. The retail $34.95 to $37.95. 15 fun colors and prints. You know this brand. It keeps everything hot for 3 hours or cold for 9 hours. Has that easy grip. The no spill, even good for wine, my husband says. The retail price, $34.95 to $37.95. The deal price is $17. That's up to 55% off. That's a great stocking stuffer.
Yeah, absolutely. Kids love the
And
water
people
bottles,
ask,
too.
I believe that Steals and Deals prices count as under 25 for Secret Santa.
Yes.
You don't go by the retail, you go by the deal price.
Yeah, 100%. You go by what you pay.
Yes, okay.
Totally. Okay.
So, this is a triumph because this is rarely on sale. The Beauty Blender Original Pink Besties Blend and Cleanse Bundle, the retail price is $42. We did a She Made It with Beauty Blender. I mean, this is an incredible brand that I use here at the show. A lot of us use.
I love this.
It's to put.
Does it come with this little soap thing?
Yeah. So it comes with 2 original makeup sponges, 1 sponge and the brush cleaner. And Nicole, my makeup artist, says she just does it for the brush cleaner. And that's for removing makeup residue. 1 silicone scrub mat, 1 limited edition glitter pouch. And this is a great kit just to travel with. And again, you put the concealer under your eyes or your foundation on, you wet it, and then you pat it all over your face.
You wet what?
You wet the sponge.
What? I never knew that. I use it all the time.
Yeah, you wet it, and you're supposed to clean it every day, but that's unrealistic. So clean it once a week.
But if you have this stuff, you might clean it more.
Yeah, and
it's actually a really good cleaner.
Yeah,
I've used that before.
Yeah, okay. So the retail price is $42. The deal price is $20 with free shipping. That's 52% off. Load up on that. That's great.
Okay.
Okay, the Lena Wald initial or word necklaces. I love this gift. The retail is $280. It's a really beautiful way to express how you feel about someone or what you're going through with a person. You could get the initials of your kids. It also has sayings. The retail price is $280. The deal is $39. It comes in sterling silver, 14-karat yellow gold plated on an oval link chain. It's 86% off, $39.
Wow, that's a deal. Okay, we got 1 minute. We got to
Okay, Portolano leather gloves with cashmere lining. The retail $145 to $160. Look for all the colors. These are awesome. Comes in the shorter or the longer length. These always blow out. I'm wearing the matching hat right now. It's Napa leather, 100% cashmere. The deal price is $48, up to 70% off.
Okay.
That's crazy. And then last but not least, you love this bag, the Mila Darcy leather handbag, the retail $548. Genuine leather, super gorgeous. It has interior organization. It has the drop. It has the ladylike handles. Beautiful colors. The deal price is $89, 84% off for your everyday bag.
Okay, let's run through it one more time.
Oh, we have time? Okay, good. The Kitsch Satin Glazy and 5-piece scrunchie set, the Corksicle 16-ounce triple insulated mug, the Beauty Blender Blend, Cleanse, and Cleanse bundle, the Lena Wald initial or word necklaces, the Portolano leather gloves with cashmere lining, and the Mila Darcy leather handbag.
Okay, Jilly, thank you. If you want to grab these deals, scan that QR code or go to today.com/deals. We've got more exclusives there, actually. And join us tomorrow in our 3rd hour because, Jill, the hardest thing you're going to do all week.
Great gifts
for men.
In your
you
life.
know they're hard. We're back right after this.
a lot to celebrate this morning, Mr. Oker. How about some birthday?
Hey, great idea. Glad I thought of it. First up, happy 104th birthday to Thelma Lando, a golfer from Boynton Beach, Florida. Hit a hole-in-one playing golf in her 80s. How about that, Carson? Pretty good. Miriam Krinick is from Plainview, New York. A world traveler, is 100. She's proud to say she earned her master's in education at the age of 48. Way to go. Happy 102nd birthday to Nikki Carmado, an active lady from Utica, New York. Craig, you like this? She says the secret to longevity, a little bit of whiskey.
We'll live forever.
There you go. Willie Jones of Albany, Georgia, celebrating 100 years, avid gardener. Best known for his beautiful ferns. James Bassett III of Lexington, Kentucky, 102, served as a Marine infantry officer during World War II. We salute you for your service, sir. And a very special happy 100th birthday to Arlene Kuby, a former Red Cross volunteer from Satellite Beach, Florida, celebrating her big day with her 5 sons, 17 grandkids, 26 great-grandkids, and get this, that's right, one of her grandkids, NBC News correspondent, Courtney Kuby. Yes, happy birthday to Grandma Kuby from the entire NBC family.
Happy birthday, Grandma Kuby.
That's right. If you got a loved one turning 100, let us know at today.com/celebrates.
How about that?
All right. Al, thank you. Anyone celebrating a birthday today, too, joining in that number? Raise your hand if you got a birthday. I see a 13. I see 85. I see 21. It's your birthday, too. Happy birthday to everybody who is celebrating. All right, coming up on Hoda and Jenna from the hit TV series And Just Like That and the morning show, we've got actress Karen Pitman here.
Coming up next in the third hour, though, the No Excuses edition of Start Today. Celebrity trainer Isaac Boots is here. He's going to show us some exercises that we can do at home, so you don't even have to leave the house to work out. We're going to leave you, though, with a little bit more from Washington State's Mercer Island High School Marching Band, and we will be back after your local news and weather. Boom.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
This morning on the third hour of Today, honoring Rosalynn. Former President Jimmy Carter paying tribute to his wife of 77 years, her remarkable accomplishments in the White House and beyond, as we look back at the former First Lady's history-making life and legacy. And the rush is on. Millions of us hitting the roads and skies ahead of Thanksgiving, predicted to be the busiest travel season in years. So we've got everything we all need to know before heading out the door. Standing ovation. A Chicago music teacher getting the surprise of a lifetime thanks to her adoring students. We're going to highlight her inspiring work and help the school deliver a supersized thank you. And top performers. Consumer Reports revealing their best products of the year, including a coffee maker and a vacuum cleaner that will never let you down. Today, Monday, November 20th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Yes.
Oh, that was
Yes. You are looking at the Spirit of America dance stars representing schools and dance studios from all over the country. And folks, we're going to be seeing a lot of these amazing teenage performances once again Thursday in Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Thanks so much for giving us a little preview here on a Monday morning. And happy holiday week, guys.
Yes.
Yes. Welcome to the third hour of Today on this Monday. Craig alongside Dylan and Al.
I just labeled all my dishes.
Oh, you're ready.
Like this one's for corn, this one's for stuffing. I started
on Monday?
Wow.
On Saturday.
Wow.
I started the whole
Well, how
process.
many people do you have coming over?
16.
Okay, there you go. That's smart.
Our
That's
first
smart.
gluten-free Thanksgiving.
All right.
Okay. The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Well,
that's impressive.
Way to go. All right. Well, as you mentioned, Thanksgiving officially here. And if you're going to be traveling over the next few days, believe me, you are not alone. We're going to make sure you're prepared with everything you need to know. But first, we want to take a turn here because the nation is remembering Rosalynn Carter this morning. And we're all paying tribute to her.
Yeah, the former First Lady died yesterday, 96 years old. Her incredible legacy now in the spotlight. And NBC's Blaine Alexander has our tribute. Blaine, good morning to you.
Well, guys, good morning to you. That's right. The former First Lady was 96 years old when she passed away yesterday afternoon, surrounded by her family and the people who loved her dearly. Now, her lifelong love story with the former president truly was one for the ages. In fact, they would often be seen walking the halls here at the Carter Center hand in hand. Now, this morning, she's being remembered as a fierce humanitarian with a beautiful, caring spirit.
From the Georgia governor's mansion to the White House, to her years of global humanitarian work, former First Lady Rosalynn Carter dedicated her life to public service and to her beloved husband, former President Jimmy Carter, all while blazing trails in her own right. This morning, the former president is remembering his wife and best friend of nearly 80 years. Rosalynn was my equal partner in everything I ever accomplished. She gave me wise guidance and encouragement when I needed it. As long as Rosalynn was in the world, I always knew somebody loved and supported me. Now, tributes are pouring in from every corner of the globe. The president and first lady writing, Rosalynn did so much to address many of society's greatest needs. We always felt her hope, warmth, and optimism.
It's now my pleasure to introduce someone whom I love and respect and cherish, my wife, Rosalynn.
The Carters' storied marriage stretched more than 77 years, longer than any other first couple in history. Born Eleanor Rosalynn Smith in Plains, Georgia, she grew up next door to the future president, who was 3 years her senior.
He graduated from high school and left home at 16. I was 13. He was way beyond my reach.
They married in 1946 and became life partners in everything, from the peanut farms of Georgia all the way to the White House, where she was influential on the campaign to get there.
Then people got to know him, and when they know him, they vote for him.
Thank you both very much. And she's completely objective and unbiased.
I love politics.
Mrs. Carter would often attend cabinet meetings and became the first lady to hold an office in the East Wing.
I talk to him about what is happening, and I give him advice, and he doesn't always follow it.
She used her position to champion her own causes, a fierce advocate for mental health and better care for the elderly. The Carters continued that work when they left the White House, founding the Carter Center more than 40 years ago. And in 1999, they were each awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
I think now is one of the happiest times of my life. There is life after the White House.
And guys, she is being remembered for so much this morning, her giving to others as well as being a loving mother herself. Now, the next 3 days will be filled with tributes to the former First Lady, both here in Atlanta at the Carter Center and in her beloved Plains, Georgia, where she will be laid to rest. Guys, back to you.
What a life. 96.
96 years old.
And a life of service.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right, well, as we mentioned, it is certainly going to be a very busy holiday travel season. And guess what, folks? It all kicks off this week. Millions are bracing for the Thanksgiving travel rush as more Americans are hitting the road even earlier this year. And experts predict that this could be the busiest travel season in a very long time. Our Sam Brock is at Miami International Airport with what you need to know to dodge the holiday rush. Sam, it sounds like it might be tough to dodge.
Yeah, Dylan, first of all, I can definitely sense your excitement. Craig and Al, good to be with you guys as well. Look, there's been a bit of a shift here in recent years where you certainly have those pressure points, the Tuesday and Wednesday before the holiday, the Sunday after the holiday. But because of work from home, a lot of this travel is getting more spread out. TSA now projecting some 30 million passengers over a 12-day period. with the top destination guys, many of them here in Florida, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale. Now the busiest days are just hours away.
The race to beat the horde of holiday travelers is on. From the road to the skies. More than 55 million people are expected to be on the move between Wednesday and the Sunday after Thanksgiving. That's the third highest forecast for the holiday since 2000. Already, early bird travelers are taking flight.
We hope that we can get out early and just be patient is the biggest thing.
Experts say that flexible work schedules are allowing many to work from their Thanksgiving destination and leave earlier.
We're both allowed to work from home this week, and we just thought it'd be easier to travel today instead of like Tuesday or Wednesday.
The TSA says tomorrow will be one of the 3 busiest travel days of the week, only topped by Thanksgiving Eve and Sunday, when 2.9 million passengers will rush to return home.
TSA officials and others are projecting this Thanksgiving is the busiest Thanksgiving holiday in years. Expect the airports themselves to be quite full. You know, it's one of the busiest travel periods of the entire year.
For those looking to hit the road this holiday, Turkey Day traffic is expected to be at its worst on Tuesday and Wednesday between 4 and 5 p.m. That's according to data analyzed by Google Maps. The best time to start your drive, today or tomorrow at 8 p.m. Meanwhile, drivers are thankful for some relief at the pump. The national average for gas prices is now $3.31 a gallon. That's almost 40 cents less than last year.
I was paying close to like $36. Now I'm paying like 24 or something like that. So it is a big change.
But road warriors, beware. A storm system moving east is threatening to delay travel, as high winds and rain could impact cities like New Orleans, Atlanta, and Philadelphia, potentially turning pre-Thanksgiving travel into a traffic-jammed trek.
And according to TSA, guys, a record number of passengers have now signed up for pre-check, some 17.5 million. That is 4 million more people than last year. They're getting smarter. But if you get to the airport and you see those pre-check lines, and they are longer than the regular security lines, and I know this has happened to you, and you're thinking, you have got to be kidding me. Well, travel experts say it will still be faster to go through pre-check than to wait in the longer lines.
And
Guys?
Sam, you mentioned pre-check, but also there's an app that could actually help with logistics and timing. How exactly does that work?
Yeah, I just found out about this. It's great. It's called My TSA, Dylan, and it will tell you exactly how long you have to wait. So, for example, this is the one from Miami right now. 15 to 30 minutes is the wait. I'm sure if many people saw that heading out the door, they would probably lock it in right now. Hopefully that maintains over the next couple of days. Another thing to keep in mind, what you can and cannot take on board with you versus checking in your bags. If you can spread it or spray it or spill it, as TSA says, you cannot take it back, which is to say things like gravy and cranberry sauce, jams and preserves. Even peanut butter, if you can believe that, has to go in a checked bag. So some things to keep in mind as you're returning from, hopefully, some good eats with your family. Guys, back to you.
If you can spray it, spread it, or spill it.
Yep.
I've never heard that. That's a great tip there, Sam.
Although here's a little hack on that.
You're welcome.
Depending,
Freeze
Sam,
it.
you can freeze it.
Right?
Freeze your mashed potatoes?
You can freeze, as long as it is a solid,
Yeah.
you can bring it.
Like freeze gravy.
Yeah.
Still seems like it might be kind of risky.
Yeah, just get
I've done it a bunch.
If you have a delay or something, all of a sudden
You're traveling, right?
I am. We're not taking anything.
What a surprise. Craig doesn't bring anything when he travels for his host, for his guests.
It's my brother. It's my younger brother.
Anyway,
I'll take a bottle of wine.
As we mentioned, Sam mentioned, the weather could be an issue. So we've got a bit of a mess today. Pockets of heavy travel from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. Tornadoes possible down through the Gulf. So we're going to be watching that very closely. Then we move into tomorrow. That system moves into the east. Snow showers, interior northeast New England. Maine could be picking up 10 inches of snow in some sections. Heavy rain along the I-95 corridor. Then Wednesday, it all moves off, but it's going to be very windy in the northeast. So we could have some airport delays along the I-95 corridor.
Will the winds ease by Thanksgiving for the parade?
They're going to be a little breezy, but I think well within the parameters of them being able to fly the big balloons.
No wind is going to keep Tom Turkey on the ground. No wind.
Yeah.
Coming up, we've got a travel preview as the Thanksgiving rush starts, but thankfully, Vicki Wynn is here with some hacks to save you some time, some money, and stress if you're headed to the airport. Plus, Savannah Sellers is going to be here as well. Savannah orchestrated a huge surprise for a music teacher and the students who love her with a little help from a famous face. Third hour of Today, right back after this.
This morning in our Consumer Confidential, we are looking ahead to what is promising to be a very busy travel season, as we mentioned earlier. More than 130 million Americans plan to spend money on flights or hotel stays over the holidays, according to personal finance company NerdWallet.
Well, with all those folks on the move, NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is going to share some hacks to save us time, money, and energy to help us get to where we need to go. Vicki, good to see you.
Had a really long close-up shot on me for that.
I know.
We have a long title.
We like that. You know?
Just call me Vicki.
Sam Brock kind of started us off with these hacks. So you're going to go deeper into what we need to do, especially heading to the airport.
I have so many great tips in this segment today. So first, the one is no-brainer. Just download the airlines app. You can always delete it later if you don't want it on your phone. But that is your one-stop shop for your boarding pass, your customer service number, bless you, and any alerts or delays, they'll come right into your app. Right. Next, consider paying for priority access. So TSA PreCheck, we talked about it, saves you a lot of time. It costs $85. It's good for 5 years. The next step is if you're an international traveler, consider global entry. That also includes 5 years.
It's not that much more expensive.
No, it's not.
TSA.
It's about $100 and it includes TSA PreCheck. It gets you through customs quicker if you travel a lot internationally. And then finally, Clear. This is sort of interesting. This one's about $100. It basically gets you cuts to the very front of the line of TSA
It's
PreCheck.
a TSA Pre of TSA Pre.
Exactly. Not every airport has it.
Because my credit card gives me Clear.
You took the tip out of my mouth. That is that's
stole the
really
tip.
good.
Sorry.
Those are important benefits, Dylan. It bears repeating. And then my last hack is one about sharing a photo album with your family before you leave. You don't waste data messaging each other pictures. Look at this cool monument, this and that. And then when you get back, all the photos are in one place. You can print them out as a photo album.
Everybody uploads them to that.
Exactly. Everyone uploads to the shared photo album.
So we want to save money once we actually go on vacation. But what are some ways to save on vacation?
So start with your airline ticket, Dylan, right? You're going to use Skyscanner or Google Flights. That will give you price alerts saying that if your flight goes down in price, you can call the airline and rebook at a lower price. With demand as high as it is, it probably won't, but at least you can track the prices on your flight. The next thing is a simple one, right? It's great for the environment. It's great for your budget. Bring a reusable water bottle. Almost every airport now has that filtered water. Water is expensive. It's like $7 at the airport for a bottle, right? So bring an empty water bottle and your own snacks. High protein, jerkies, a sandwich that's easy, nothing spreadable, spillable, whatever, Sam was saying, sprayable. You don't want that. And then I love this tip. So book a long layover or even a stopover. Iceland Air is famous for this option. You can stay up to 7 days. So you're going somewhere else, but you're going to stop in Iceland. They will pair you with a stopover buddy to take you around some of the hot spots there. Yeah. Finnair gives you 5 days. You can explore Helsinki. Maybe you're there for the Northern Lights. Check with Alan Dillon to figure out when that happens. Singapore also, they'll give you a hotel room and a transfer back to the airport for one night for $60. So you get to explore all these other places at no charge without booking that extra flight. And finally, if you're going to an urban center, a Paris, an LA, a New York, you can look and buy a pass that will get you into like 60 different museums and monuments for one low price.
Wow.
So if you're traveling, especially if you have small children, if you're traveling with kids or long distances, maybe one of those layovers, and you just want to keep your energy up.
Yes.
Some tips for that?
So this is important, especially even if you're just going from coast to coast, right? The time difference and jet lag is a very real thing. So they say try to just get on local time as soon as possible. If that means staying up a few extra hours to go to bed on time with where you're going, eat meals at those same times, expose yourself to a lot of sunlight, and drink a lot of water. Try to limit your caffeine because that's going to throw off your internal clock. As far as powering your external devices, nowadays they have these portable chargers. They're not very expensive. You can fully charge those because you never know if you're going to have a plug on the plane or not.
Always be charged. ABC, or if the plug works.
Always be charged. Exactly. They're all often like funky town. And then also just make sure that you're copying and taking a photo of your passport, your visa, so you always have it with you on your phone. This one I love. Google has so many maps you can fully download. So if you go somewhere and the signal is spotty, you can still reference the map without being connected to the internet.
These were great tips, Vicki.
Thank you, Vic. You always bring it.
Yes.
Props to Erica Glass.
Thank you.
She helped with the research.
All right, coming up, a music teacher who is changing lives gets a big surprise courtesy of her adoring students and a special celebrity guest. And later, the highest rated coffee maker, air fryer, and even some smart speakers that can help you cook. Consumer Reports did the research, and now we're revealing the top performing products of the year. We'll be right back. Now with today's season of giving, and this morning NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers is here to shine a light on a very deserving teacher. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. This was such a fun one. So you are about to meet Anne Gray. She's a Chicago music teacher who has been instrumental, inspiring her students to dream big. I just got a laugh from Al. With help from our sponsor, Netflix's animated film Leo, we pulled off an epic surprise for both her and her school.
You can't build an ensemble if you're not being kind to each other. So that's a big expectation in here, is that students are treating each other with kindness.
Very good.
For nearly 20 years, Anne Gray has been teaching music at Franklin Fine Arts Center in Chicago.
Tell me why music? To actually get to teach it in a classroom setting like this, what drew you to that?
Music, quite frankly, is like the joy part of the day for a lot of kids, and they're always happy to be here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Students from kindergarten to 8th grade learn how to play the ukulele and the drums, instruments secured through Mrs. Gray's grant writing and fundraising.
There you go. You got it. That's right? Yeah. What?
Music education, just in general, is so powerful. It really gets at everything. Discipline, learning how to work hard is an important skill, and if you are learning that skill while you're doing something you enjoy, you know, it shows you that work can be meaningful. I'm seeing kids' confidence go up in my classroom.
And the music teacher's impact is hitting all the right notes.
What is it about Mrs. Gray that makes her stand out?
When she has students, she can instantly see their potential. She sees them as their authentic selves.
She encourages students to feel like a literal rock star, and then she just cheers them on with everything she has.
One saying she taught me when I was in 3rd grade, and I still remember, she's like, kindness is always the way to live.
She encourages me by always saying I got this whenever I'm doubting myself.
She helps kids like us find our voice.
It's funny when they don't realize they're really good at something and they find that is my favorite thing about my job is that moment when that realization happens that like, I'm good at this. This is really awesome.
So we're not only here to highlight how great Mrs. Gray is, we've also got a little something for her. And we've got about 200 of her students gathered in the auditorium. Let's go surprise her.
Our cafetorium turns into
Mrs. Gray thought she was giving me a tour of the school, but
You might be kind of confused what's going on. So first we want to play a message from our friend that might help explain it a little bit.
Hello, everybody at Franklin Fine Arts. My name is Adam Sandler. Hello! Yeah! I just want to tell you I love you. Miss Gray, congratulations on being such a great lady. Wish the world had only Miss Grays in this world. You're awesome. You're about to watch a movie called Leo before anybody. I think I'm in it. Have a good time. Congratulations, Miss Gray. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Our sponsor, the Netflix film Leo, heard about how fabulous you are and all the incredible work that you're doing in your classroom. So, how does $5,000 maybe some new instruments, new things for all the fabulous students that are in your classroom?
We're getting some new amps, kids.
School's out, and now you get to watch a movie. Bring out the popcorn. What does today mean to you?
It's an amazing surprise, and I can't say thank you enough. I don't know how to do this without crying. I guess it just means a lot for the kids to be acknowledged, because it's them. Everything's for them. So I'm really grateful.
All right, so you heard her say she plans to get new amps. She also needs new guitars and uniforms for her choir. We had so much fun at Franklin Fine Arts, and we met some incredible other teachers, students. We also met two of Mrs. Gray's own kids, Magnus and Vera, who go there. They told me it's very nice to have their mom as their teacher, too. And you can catch Netflix's Leo streaming tomorrow. That's awesome.
That was
Aren't they
cool.
so cute?
Yeah, that was cool.
Rosalynn just blew me away.
And music makes so much importance in
The
those kids'
classroom was
education.
just so joyous, and you could tell that the kids were excited to be there. It's like this nice reprieve in their day, and it was evident that that was true.
Wow. And a movie and
They were so
popcorn.
talented, too. The songs, I couldn't get over it. It was so great.
Oh, thank you, Cindy.
Yes, you're welcome.
Coming up, the best household appliances and electronics tested by Consumer Reports, from vacuums to Fitbits and your new secret weapon in the kitchen. Oh, yeah. Then a little bit later, there he is, celebrity trainer Isaac Boots. He's going to show us some easy workout moves that we can do at home to stay in shape all winter without going to the gym. Third hour of Today, right back after this. And welcome back. Consumer Reports tests thousands of products every year to find the best performing items for our homes, our cars, our kitchens. And this morning, we are getting a first look at some of their top picks of 2023, everything from appliances to consumer electronics. Elliot Weiler is their digital lifestyle editor. We always love when Elliot comes because Elliot brings it.
I bring everything.
Brings the truth.
Literally. Truth and product. So we got a good
right.
segment here.
So let's start with this Dutch oven because this is a celebrity endorsed product.
Is Ayesha Curry,
Yeah.
right? Who a lot of people know from The Kitchen. She has a Food Network show, YouTube show, and she also has a line of cookware. This Dutch oven, Al and I were talking about this earlier. Dutch ovens are just great to have. It is one of the most versatile things that you can have. This one is so good for cleanup. It's just the way it's designed, the coating inside, great cleanup. You can bake bread in these. This also did a great job for bread.
You should try bread in a Dutch oven.
It's
really
easy.
good.
It's
Yes.
really easy.
Is it easy?
Very
the crust
easy.
gets just nice and crisp.
Yep.
Our tests also test for simmer. Can it hold the temperature that you want? This did well with that too. So for $45,
Oh, wow.
let's look at our simmer test there.
Wow,
Yeah,
there's some brands that are probably a
$45.
lot more than that.
I just bought one last
What are
week.
you doing there with that contraption? What is that?
So these are sensors that go in to test the temperature.
Oh, wow.
This is what our labs are filled with. We have these types of rigorous
To make
tests
sure it's simmering and not burning.
to make sure it's simmering and not
Very
burning.
nice.
You want to hold that even temperature here.
I have held out on the air fryer.
Okay.
But
So people love the air fryer. You can make unhealthy things kind of quickly. Chicken fingers, mozzarella sticks, tater tots. You can also do some cauliflower, broccoli, things like that. This is from the company, got it?
Got it.
This is from the company that made the Instant Pot. There's a company called Instant. This air fryer does everything well. The nice feature, if you can get a look there, it has a window up front there.
So you
don't
see.
actually have to open the air fryer when it's going. Keeps the heat inside. You won't burn it. You won't undercook it. $130 from our friends at Instant.
Okay, and not
What
too
kind
big.
of oil do you use in an air fryer?
Sometimes you don't have to use any, but just a little.
Sometimes you have to use a little oil.
Just a little bit of vegetable oil, something like that. You don't want an oil that's going to smoke, and you don't want one that's too flavorful. So something kind of neutral, if you need to use it at all.
Okay.
The coffee in this pot smells delicious.
Well, this is just a tremendous coffee maker value at $39. It's from Hamilton Beach. It is not fancy. It has a clock. It turns on. You can set it to make coffee in the morning, and that's about all it does.
Really all you
and if
need.
that's all you need for $39, this will brew a terrific cup of coffee.
Uses a filter?
Uses a filter. Yep, it's a typical automatic drip coffee, but great if you're just looking for maybe that second coffee maker for an office, a dorm room, maybe a garage space, whatever the case may be, even a primary coffee maker. It's great.
Oh, great. All right, Fitbits.
The Fitbit is great here. If you don't want to spend the money and don't need the full functionality of a smartwatch, but just want the fitness function, the Fitbit Inspire is great, and it is a great price, $70. So think about heart rate monitoring, stair count. You can pair this with an app. They do sell programs where it can monitor sleep, things like that. So a really nice value
Are these good
there.
for kids? My son has been wanting to count his steps.
I think as long as their wrist size
Okay.
is,
Why does he
the right
want to
size.
count his steps at 8?
He asked, how many steps did I take today, Mom? I'm like, I don't know.
There's one way to find out. Get him a fitness
That's
tracker.
right.
Yeah.
Now, the Alexa Amazon smart speaker thing just keeps evolving.
Right. Well, you and I think, are in the
By
same
the way,
house.
she lit up when you said it.
That's right. Alexa,
Literally.
Go ahead.
how are you?
Well, that might be too
I've
broad.
got to say, I'm pretty troll-tastic today.
Wow.
Troll-tastic?
Want to know
Troll-tastic.
why?
Why?
Just ask me.
No,
What's the
don't
trolls theme?
What's the Trolls theme?
Okay, our cross promotion now is next level.
Right. This is where the segment went off the rails.
That's right. Thank you.
Next level.
Anyway,
This was supposed to be the secret tip for the kitchen, so you can get some cooking advice.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Alexa, how many tablespoons are in a cup?
1 cup is 16 tablespoons.
Will be very helpful this week.
There you go.
The Echo 4 here, the sound quality is great. You and I have very old Alexas, great sound quality. If you have an Eero Wi-Fi router, this will also pair and extend that Wi-Fi
I've got one
signal
of those.
at a great price. So there you go, really nice.
Works out well.
And then this is a terrific price, $170 for this Shark vacuum. It's kind of a 2-in-1 vacuum. If you have hardwood floors, this did exceptionally well in our hardwood floor test. It is called the Lift Away for a reason. You also get a canister vac here.
Oh.
The wand comes out. Can you pull the wand out? I'm going to press wand right here in the middle. Yep, pull that out real hard. There you go. I'm going to turn it on, and we can do some Fruit Loop cleanup there.
Whoa. How's the suction on that?
That's great suction. That's very good.
So not only does it work well, you also have the portability here, and it's much. Did you want to do some?
I was going to play, but there's nothing left.
He was about to lose his job.
I'm thinking of the fans, the fan blades and all that.
Right before the holidays.
The fan.
I just saved you.
Words never uttered. Elliot, Elliot, thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you around.
For more of the top picks for Consumer Reports, it's today.com/shop.
As opposed to Craig just about becoming a viral sensation. Coming up, here's a real viral sensation who makes working out truly fun. Trainer Isaac Boots is here with some simple exercises to help keep us strong and healthy. No gym membership required. And once you've worked up an appetite, well, Dylan and Cal got some fully loaded baked potatoes. It's all coming up. Third hour of today's right back. It's This morning and start today, we're going to level up our winter workout routines with some fun moves we can all do at home during the colder months. Here to show us is trainer and choreographer Isaac Boots. He is the founder of the Torched Workout. Don't forget, scan the QR code to sign up for our Start Today newsletter and join our fitness community. Isaac, good to see you.
Great to see you, too. It's always great to be back.
Your compadres here?
We got the dancers here.
All right. So you say home workouts are effective, especially during winter. We don't want to get stagnant. So what's a move we can do to start strengthening?
These are the simplest, most effective moves, right? So ultimately, you want to reach your arms out.
Okay.
And just find your lower belly squeezing in really tight, just circling it back. You can get so much done with this easy, simple move doing at home. Now, I'm adding weight to it, right?
Yeah, you have weights all over your body.
So these are the Torched by Kilo Gear weights that adds a sensible amount of weight to the larger muscle group.
Okay.
So you actually end up burning 40% more calories.
Kind of like you're doing
which
a funky
is amazing.
chicken.
Exactly. It's a funky chicken moment.
Wait, you're burning how many more calories?
40% more calories.
Wow.
Wearing these weights that actually amplify the simplest move ever, okay?
That's amazing.
Aside from this, you can add a little squat. So you're gonna go down and just squeeze your booty tight, but go as low as you can.
Is that why your last name's Boots?
Tight. Exactly, exactly. Now you can add a little variation. You can add a little balance moment, you know? Okay. Or if you're really feeling festive, you can add a jump. Yes.
Not that festive.
Yes. Exactly. So all of these things, really, you can do anywhere. So there's no excuse, right? This next, I think, is the most important, the most comprehensive. We're gonna go down into a plank. Okay. So we're gonna go into a plank here, right?
Oh boy.
Al's gonna do a Liza Minnelli routine on that chair. Okay. So you're gonna hold right here. Now you can either just hold here, squeezing your booty. You work every part of your entire body. You can add a shoulder tap if you want to add a little more stability through your arms, always engaging your core. Or you can add a right knee to your left elbow to really get your lower body activated. Exactly, but focusing on your breath. And the thing is, there's no such thing as failure. You can simply hold your plank, you can add a shoulder tap, you can do all the variations and you get things done,
I hope people are doing this at home with us.
Let's go, baby.
I hope they are too.
Great little workout.
Right?
Yep.
Now, hands and knees. I know it's not often we find ourselves in this position. However, hands and knees. You're gonna lift your right leg bent, okay? You're gonna pulse back. And this is where you work that booty, okay? Now, if you can't go on your knees, you can go on the chair.
Yeah.
Like so.
Like this.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But look, you can actually add, you can hold the back of the chair or hold Al Roker.
Oh.
And you can touch your toe down, lift it.
Oh, so I can do that from the back.
Exactly.
From the back of the chair.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so hold on to that.
Okay.
You're gonna go coupe, lift into attitude.
Coupe.
Exactly, exactly. So you're still working your lower belly, right? You lift it up. Now I want you to hold it up bent. You're gonna pulse it back. Pulse it back. Yes, that's how we get that booty pop.
Oh.
Okay? Very good. Yes.
I don't think anybody wants his booty to pop.
Give me 5. I think there are a number of Americans who would love that.
Okay, well.
Very
My
good.
heart rate's
so-
up. I feel like I actually did something.
Exactly. And you can get it done at home.
Yeah.
Follow me on Instagram
Okay.
at Isaac Boots. Subscribe. We do this daily. You can get it done. 20-minute workouts, 30-minute workouts.
That's amazing.
Whatever.
We really appreciate it. Thanks so much, Isaac. Happy
Thank you.
Thanksgiving.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, for more fitness plans, head to today.com/start today.
And what do we do after we work out?
We eat.
We eat. Next up
Fun
on
job.
Cooking with Cal, my little chef and I whipped up some crispy smashed potatoes loaded with bacon, cheese, some sour cream. It's a great football
Every time
snack.
you say my little chef, I think of Ratatouille.
We'll be right back. We're back now with another edition of Cooking with Cal, and this time we are making a loaded snack that's perfect for football season. We would like to whip it up on Sundays ahead of the big game. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Loaded smashed potatoes.
Loaded smashed potatoes. Nana introduced us to this recipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first, we have to cook our potatoes. Can you dump this whole bag of potatoes into this pot? We're gonna cover them with water, salt the water, and get them boiling, okay?
Okay, let's go.
There we go, squiggle it around. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. La 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 la.
This is gonna be like the rain.
Wait, why is it stop? What did you do? There we go. Shake, shake, shake.
Oh.
So while the potatoes are cooking,
Yeah.
let's get the bacon cooking. This is just a topping for the potatoes. This bacon is nice.
All done.
My hand hurts too when I do this.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work. Nice job. Let's see if you can land it on Daddy's hat.
I did it.
Food fight! Everything's all cooked now, so now we have to make our smashed potatoes.
Okay.
Do you know what's under here?
Yes.
What?
Potatoes.
No, crispy
I
bacon!
knew that.
All right, so we need to break up the bacon, so let's just like...
Oh,
You take the potato, okay? Take your glass and gently smash it. A little more.
Okay, now we have to bake them again. But before we do that, watch, we're gonna... Sorry, Kat, this is hard for me also. Give it a good shake, not too much. A little pepper. How does Nana say?
Pepper.
Pepper?
Pepper.
Little pepper? Pepper.
Pepper. Yummy cheese. So like a lot.
Perfect. All right, Kat, watch how I put this in. Okay, I don't touch the grates.
Ow!
Raining scallions.
It's raining bacon.
What do you think? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/. I feel like Rusty's runny nose there.
Oh, these aren't from there, are from your house, I think.
No,
Okay.
these are made in our kitchen. It's funny because like we start those while the kids are napping, but then as like we finish, the kids are waking up.
Oh no,
and it's like,
they're coming for you. You know, they're thinking, Cal, what is this Cal thing? What about us?
Oh yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do.
They're very good.
Thanks, they're perfect
Really
for
good.
Sunday and they're easy to make. Thanks, guys. We'll be right back. Quick.
That was.
Right, coming up tomorrow in the third hour of Today, Allie Love will be here with styling tips to upgrade your basic outfits into something special.
Hey, coming up on Hoda and Jenna from And Just Like That and The Morning Show, actress Karen Pitman is here.
All right, folks. One day down, a couple more to go to Turkey Day. Have a great Monday.
That almost sounds like a...
Bye-bye.
No, well, I guess it depends.
Yeah, it's true. Time's up.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al.
Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker. Today from And Just Like That and The Morning Show, actress Karen Pitman is here. Plus, our style star Xana Roberts-Rossi shows you how to rock the color red. And dealing with the narcissist in your life. Expert Dramini Durvasula is here to help.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Let's go. That's how we're starting our week. It is Monday, the 20th day of November.
We are starting the holiday week off right. We're feeling good.
It's right here. It's here. It's
I'm
the
so
holidays.
excited. I'm so excited. My whole
Your
family's
family's
arriving
coming?
on Tuesday, tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
They're all coming, and they're going to come here and watch our show on Wednesday.
What?
Oh, yeah. They're going to be present.
Don't
They're
you
going to
love
be-
that?
I'm so excited. My 2 girls are telling everyone they're so excited. My nieces are going to come. I can't wait. We haven't all been together in a long time, so
Yeah.
it's nice to have
Well, you
them.
have-
I know, we just were. But anyway, for my sister's
But it's
birthday.
gonna be fun.
That was October. This
Now
is
it's November. It's going to be great.
But you know what I love about you now? You have a general rule that you don't put up your Christmas tree until Thanksgiving. However,
I broke it.
2020, no, you didn't break it. You did something new.
Yeah, I broke the rule because here's why. Whole Foods was having a sale.
Yeah. Yep.
I decorated our mantle.
Yep.
There's our tree.
Oh, you had already decorated it too?
We decorated it yesterday afternoon. We put on, the kids made hot chocolate.
I love it.
We put on Christmas music.
Oh, not Jenna. Jenna, how did you know how to do all that? Joanna Gaines?
Joanna
Your
Gaines
friends?
inspired me.
Okay.
I hung that wreath.
Where'd you get that? Are those oranges?
Yeah.
Wow.
I made those.
You put clothes in
Yeah,
oranges?
they're really, actually, they're so easy. It's a good craft for kids. I know, this is not like me. I
wait,
know
does
I'm
that-
not
what
a
does that-
DIY mom.
what does that smell like?
It smells so good.
See, I like
so
the smell
all
of
you do
cloves.
is you get clementines or oranges, and this is a fun kid craft. You could do them as place settings. You poke holes with a little toothpick all around them,
And then you put
stick
the cloves in it.
Like Hal could do it. Hal did those. I had to add a couple more.
'Cause you want it to be right.
But they smell so good.
By the way, and you could be a centerpiece. It can be
Could be a centerpiece. You could put them on each of the plates.
I can't believe you got your tree already. So do you water it all the time? Is that how you keep it alive?
Somebody told me, and this is a hack, that you're supposed to boil the water.
Who said that?
Rainey said yes loudly from.
Okay, here are the hacks I've heard. Boil the water. I read that on TikTok.
Boil the water and then
Wait.
let it cool.
Okay. That.
Which is weird.
Sugar in the water. Have you heard that one?
No.
Okay. I'll need to get on TikTok more. That's another one. It's supposed to
Or
keep
we need to get on TikTok less.
Or get completely off TikTok, which might be
One or the other
one or the
will
other.
work for you.
Well, you were not alone in your decorating.
Who else copied?
Obviously, there are
Somebody
other people
copied
around
me.
the country, but your BFF, your other one, Joanna Gaines, she also put up her Christmas decorations.
How'd she put those up so fast?
But look, she's got a couple of trees outside.
Cute.
Oh, with music. Oh my gosh.
She has kind of a Charlie Brown looking, light a candle.
Oh, I love it.
Put up the garlands.
What a whole sitch. Oh, she even hung the stockings with care already.
My kids were so excited. And we actually they kind of decorated their rooms too. Like we got some tinsel to put around their mirrors.
That's a cool
We were
idea.
all in this year because I feel like because I was traveling so much for the book tour, I really wanted to be home and to be grounded.
That's
so I
cool.
just put myself to work.
That
But
is
it was
very
fun.
cool. By the way,
when are you getting your tree?
Soon. Not soon. I usually wait until probably maybe like 10 days before Christmas. That's usually when we do it.
Okay.
You're in the spirit. You feel it. We went to see Trolls this weekend.
Yes.
3D glasses.
3D?
3D. The music's awesome. There are a lot of adult references. So if you want to go
But
and
did 3D
enjoy,
make you feel nauseous?
No, it didn't. No,
Oh.
it was the whole movie was 3D. Glasses on the whole time.
I want to take the kids.
Yeah,
maybe
the kids.
Wednesday.
The kids will love it.
Oh,
It's
good.
very
And
cool.
Branch meets his family again.
Yes, you're going to see the whole thing, and so, it's a beautiful story. My kids are still talking about it.
Hal wants to be Baby Diamond and have Daddy be. First of all, I just called him Daddy on television.
Namaste.
Oh, gosh.
Isn't it weird if all the things you said in your own house you said out loud, people would think you were crazy.
I just called my husband
Daddy.
Daddy.
Yeah, but what would
I need to
Dad-
be put in some sort of. Is there like a corner where I can go sit for a few minutes just
So
to
what
think
is
about
Daddy? What is Daddy going to be? So Daddy's going to be what?
Daddy
will be Daddy.
Daddy Diamond, Baby Diamond. And this is, Henry saw a teacher and his son dressed like that. So he goes, I don't even have to buy the costume. I'm just going to call the teacher and ask to borrow it. I'm like, no, honey, that doesn't work unless you know the person,
All
right?
Okay, speaking of movies, there's actually another movie. It's a holiday movie. And it is what you're going to want to see because you know who's in it?
Who?
Our girl Tracy Ellis Ross
Yes.
and Eddie Murphy.
What?
It's called Candy Cane Lane.
Okay, so evidently Eddie plays a dad on a mission to win his neighborhood's Christmas decorating contest. Let's take a look.
It's magic.
It's beginning. beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
High stakes as neighbors compete for best decorated house on the block.
I think this is the house to beat.
Wow.
What's your Christmas wish?
I just want to win this thing. I'll take it.
We are the carvers. We gotta catch an elf.
You messed with the wrong family.
Wow. That was not what I saw coming.
No, but that looks great and action-filled.
It looks like more than just, I thought it was going to be about competing, decorating, but no.
There's some
is
action.
epic.
I don't know what's happening, but some action is there. Like they're superheroes decorating their house.
And then the evil, you can see the evil coming out.
In the red.
But isn't it, so much of, there's so much to that though, for real. Like when you think about, what do they have? What do our neighbors have? There are people, they'll look outside and go, wait, they decorated like that for Halloween? I mean, maybe we should put up a few more things. Stuff that you would never do. Does not occur to you, but it does occur to many people. You have a blank look on your face, but it is that way.
Where people are keeping up with the Joneses.
Yeah,
well, that's what the reason why keeping up with the Joneses was even invented.
Yeah, because it's real.
Because people saw the Joneses house and they were like, look at all those blow up skeletons.
Yeah, and then you're like, you know who's got a house like that?
Who?
Stephanie Rule.
Oh, yeah.
During Halloween. She does a crazy, because Roker lives near her. And when he looks outside, he's like, oh my God.
I didn't even, I'll just go ahead and say it. I didn't even carve a jack-o'-lantern this year.
Neither did we.
Okay. So we're fine.
See, you don't have to do all the things that everyone's saying.
No, you don't. And I know I did a lot of decorating, but I did me, I like that. That's what I like.
That's, by the way, that's exactly who you are.
Yeah.
You do you.
I don't like to cook very much, so I won't be doing very much of that. Except for my famous pie.
Oh, God, the pies again. Okay, all right. So this is a big call out we're doing, guys. So we want you to listen up. This is a good one. So as we head into the new year, we've been talking about transformations, not like the physical kind, like you lose 5 pounds or you cut your hair, all that stuff, but the kind of change that changes the way you live, the way you live every single day.
Yeah. Okay, so we are looking for a family who wants help transforming in 2024. We want to hear from you. We're talking organization, streamlining, treating each other with love,
so it's the
feeling good.
Yeah, it's the whole family. So it's like if the mom wants to work on something, the dad wants to work on something, the kids want to work on something, and then all the dynamics in between.
Yes.
Because that way, if you're changing and your family isn't, it doesn't work.
Evolution together is the way to
you got
do
it. Yeah.
Okay, so all you have to do is tell us about it.
Yeah.
Tell us about your family. Go to hoodangina.com and click the connect button.
It'll be fun. We'll talk about all of your business. It'll be really good. All right, coming up. What do you do when a relative wants your secret pie recipe?
Well, I just say it's on the back of a Libby can. No, we're going to solve your social dilemmas coming up next. My pumpkin pie is for Libby.
I see a recipe. Time for one of our favorite segments, Hoda and Jenna's Social Dilemmas.
All right, you know what? It's the holiday season,
Yeah.
so we got to get into some sticky situations.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, the first one. I'm making awesome sweet potato pie. It's my secret recipe. A cousin just asked me for it so that she can bring it to another party. I kind of don't want to share it. Can I say no? This is hard for us to relate to because we don't really have a secret recipe.
We don't know the attachment to a secret recipe.
No.
However,
our recipes are on the back of a box.
You just said that your two favorites are Velveeta and Libby.
The Libby pumpkin pie is amazing. You could just make the Libby pumpkin pie.
And by the way, the reason they're on the back of those boxes and cans is because they're really good.
Tested and true.
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
If you don't want to give her the recipe, why don't you bake the pie?
For her.
For her, as a present.
You just solved that.
And she can take it. Yes, you can take it. I know this sounds kind of weird, but this is sort of a personal recipe. But you know what?
I'll make it for you.
Or just make it and say, here it is. There.
You know what? I think that is a wonderful solution, Hoda.
Okay.
Okay, coming up next. Our next door neighbors invited us to a mini Friendsgiving. We don't want to go. But we don't have an excuse. Since we live next door and they know we'll be home.
Your car is not your car's
Can
there.
you help us think of an excuse?
Oh, geez, oh, Pete's.
Okay, my go-to that I just bring out every once in a while.
What's that one? I want to hear if I've heard it.
People have started to understand.
What is it?
Now, if you have children, you can just say, I don't have a babysitter. Sorry.
But you know what? That always adds a layer of, I have somebody. You got to be careful with that one because they might pull. They're in the neighborhood.
Well, that's true.
What about
Come on
Susie
over.
down the street?
Yeah.
She'll come over. Okay, what's another one?
Okay, here's another one.
Okay.
So sorry, but I'm feeling a little under the weather.
That one usually works up to the last minute. Yeah, I think you can't just say I don't want to go. Mood. No, you can't. You can't.
Why don't you just say you're worn to a frazzle and you've worn yourself out and you're feeling a little sicky and you need to get some rest.
And that's actually both things. That's not a total lie.
No,
it's just a
because most of us are worn
frazzled.
out.
Okay, here's the last one. My sister's family is staying with us over Thanksgiving. Wait, say that again?
My sister's family
okay,
is staying with us.
Okay, I got confused. We have very different parenting styles. Her kids have no boundaries or limits. Can I discipline her kids if I don't like their behavior? Yes. It's your sister's kids.
It depends how much you discipline them, though. I once had an uncle that spanked me, and my mom got so mad.
Well, that's not discipline. That's not great. That's beyond. I'm talking about.
I mean, it was
I'm
the
talking
80s.
about.
It was
people
the
did
80s.
That. I'm talking about get off the couch.
I think you can't go too far when it's other people's kids.
No, it's not other people's. It's your sister.
It doesn't matter. They ain't yours.
Okay, no, but you can say get off the couch.
Get off the. Why are we telling them to get off the couch?
Because they're on there with their shoes where they've been outside.
Why have they been doing that?
I don't know. You don't get the why. You just see the action. How about this? How about at your house, Barbara's daughter has just been running out in the field. Wait. Where
am I living?
Wait, keep going. Where there is deer poop and stuff. Wait. And now she runs inside and jumps on the table and starts dancing. What do you say? Go.
Well, Barbara,
Barbara's in the other room.
I guess.
No,
will
Barbara
you please
says
get
it's
off?
cute.
Please get off my table.
Barbara says it's cute. Look
I
how
don't
cute
know.
it is.
I kind of like a table dancer too. I'm sort of into it.
She's been
I can
out
wipe
in the
it down.
Wait,
Why
the
has she been playing with
deer
deer? Where do we live? Is this Little House on the Prairie? What is happening here?
I'm just so.
I think you have to be
know what I
careful
mean?
with disciplining other people's kids.
Other people's, your own sister. Honey, get off the couch. We don't do that here.
Oh.
Period.
I'd be so scared if my aunt said
That's
that.
right. Off the couch.
We've been running with deer in the
All right.
fields.
If you have a social dilemma for us, go to hodaandjenna.com, hit the connect button.
Okay, coming up from And Just Like That in the morning show, one of our favorites, actress Karen Pitman.
That's right. Karen's here.
They've been running in the field.
You know what? When I was, wait. When I was at this house. Coming up Tuesday.
A legend is in the house, tennis champ John McEnroe.
Plus, holiday etiquette court is in session with Elaine Swan.
And from spiced wine to cocktails, delicious drinks for your Thanksgiving guests.
That's all Tuesday on Hoda and Jenna. All right, years of hard work have really paid off for actress and singer Karen Pitman.
That's right. She's not in just one hit show, but two.
Yeah.
She plays a newly single professor looking for love on And Just Like That, an ambitious news producer on The Morning Show. Take a look.
Yeah, I got a guy who can get you in Mariupol.
Fantastic. How soon can he be here?
Well, I can get you his info as soon as we're off, but I need you to understand the risk here.
Yeah, I agree to all terms
Andre,
and conditions.
I'm serious. From what I'm hearing, it's a show, so you are assuming all liability. Under no circumstances can you say that you are working with UBA.
I'll take it to the grave.
But no body bags for you, okay?
Fine, I'll live. Just please get me in there.
Okay, more soon.
Oh, you are all business, girl. We're kind of scared of you a little bit.
What happened?
Oh, I love it. By the way, you're really hitting it. I mean, you don't just have one hit show, which is obviously The Morning Show, but you're also on the other hit show. I mean, this is like a good moment for you.
It's a golden moment. It's a golden time. I'm so fortunate. Not only do I get these great shows, these stories to tell, but really I love the actors and the writers and the producers. I mean, these shows are at the top of the the thing where you look up. It's like number one on the thing, and I'm like,
you're like,
yes,
that's awesome.
It's awesome. It feels great.
Well, and you've worked at this for years.
17.
17 years.
17 years.
Do you allow yourself to take in this success, like to feel grateful for it, joyful for it?
Yes, because I learned during the pandemic that it was important to look at the view as you're going up the mountain, because you get to the mountaintop and you miss a lot of stuff if you wait until you get to the mountaintop. So definitely, I've enjoyed.
You made very brave choices in your life, and kind of some would call them risky. Yeah. So you're in finance, you're in a field that's very comfortable, you're 5 months pregnant, and you decide that would be the perfect moment to pursue acting, to pursue the entertainment part of your career.
Yeah.
I bet you some of your friends, your practical friends, were like, what are you thinking?
Yeah, everybody. My mother, my everyone said, what are you talking about? I am the risk taker in my friend family group. Like, I'm the one that goes out front. I'm tip of the spear. If I can't figure it out, I really do go out and do. Versus just sitting around sort of mulling and complaining and whining about it. So that's just part of my nature. My parents were also, they grew up in Jim Crow. They moved our family from Mississippi to Nashville. So there's a real history, legacy in my family of manifesting. If you want something, you go out and you get it. And you don't stop until you get it.
Oh, I love that. Okay, we have to talk about The Morning Show. Is it weird for you to be here?
on this show.
I've got to tell you, I am in observation mode. I'm looking at
Are you?
I'm looking at everything, everybody. I'm going to use everything on in season 4.
Okay, well, as your character, what type of advice would you give to us? I mean, we know you do sort of harder hitting news than this, but do you have any notes?
Do I have
any notes?
You know, take care of each other. On The Morning Show, we try to take care of each other. We try to look out for each other as much as we can. But no, you guys do it way better than probably we do it on The Morning Show.
I just want to take you back one more time because I'm so curious about this time. So you're 5 months pregnant and you're auditioning to get into school, right?
Yes, this is the lore.
So here you go. I'm just picturing you on stage, pregnant, saying, I'm in finance, but I want to get in here.
Yes.
So tell me about what that moment was like for you.
Well, it was surreal. I was definitely trying. That was in 2004, and so I was really still trying to hide my pregnancy, and so I was trying to suck in my belly at 6 months pregnant, which nobody can do. But you know, I went in there, and suddenly I came into myself. I think maybe it was my son Jacob was in my belly, and I think maybe I just came into myself a little bit in those moments where they're like, "What are you doing here? You're pregnant." I was doing a Susan Laurie Parks excerpt from one of her plays, and I was just like, I deserve to be here. If you're even talking to me and watching me and looking at what I'm doing, then you need to think about putting me in this program. And I mean, I was scared out of my mind. I wanted to find a way to self-actualize, self-realize, to see myself out in the world. And it seemed like the wrong time to do it, but for me, it was the perfect time. I was pregnant. I was ready to take on the world. So.
Did that feel empowering, kind of?
It was me stepping out of my comfort zone in the biggest way I had ever done in my entire life.
Yeah.
And everyone was telling me don't do it, but I knew it was the right thing to do.
So you know what? Sometimes when you're standing on the edge of the cliff and you're like, you're not sure what's down there, you should just go for it like you did.
Just close your eyes and
Close
jump.
your eyes.
Wait, are you still recording music?
I am.
Okay, we want to hear.
Will you come back and sing?
Absolutely.
We have a holiday song out, too.
I heard.
Everybody's talking about it. We think it's going to chart.
Do you want some tips?
Yes, we do. We'll let you listen
but
to it.
unfortunately, it's already recorded, so we couldn't
Don't
use
worry,
the
they
tips
they
before.
auto-tuned it, I think. They did a lot of work with it.
Well, when the Christmas tree gets lit, then we're gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna go.
All right.
We're gonna go.
Well,
Remember,
thank you,
guys,
Karen.
you can catch Karen in And Just Like That on HBO Max, and of course, season 3 of the Morning Show. It's on Apple TV.
Yeah.
Karen, thank you.
Karen. Coming up next, Zana Roberts-Rossi shows us how to wear the color of the moment. We're talking red right after this.
Vogue, Glamour, and In Style have all declared the color of the season. We are talking about red.
Okay, but here to show us how to wear it best is E-Style host and Milk makeup founder, Zana Roberts-Rossi.
Hi, ladies.
Zana.
How are you?
Okay, we love red. Can anybody wear this color?
Absolutely. Anyone can wear it, and there's good reasons to wear it. One, it's the biggest trend of the season. It was on all the major runways. We saw it on Prada, Valentino, Gucci. Also, red has this incredible psychological effect.
I agree,
on us,
100.
Right?
A red power suit.
Even when I put on a red sweater, I feel different than I do when I wear a white one.
Do you feel confident?
Yeah.
Powerful.
Yeah.
Right, that's the thing, and it affects yourself, and it affects how others perceive you as well. So it's a great.
All right, well,
self-fulfilling
let's
prophecy.
take a look. Let's start with Shivani. So she's got red from head to toe.
Wow, this is a great holiday
Love
look.
it.
Monochromatic. So
Love
the way
it.
to do monochromatic, a great tip is to mix and match the textures, right? So you've got soft on the top, this great sweater, this from H&M,
Love
it's
it.
like $29.99.
Amazing.
Great little skirt as well, and this is streamlined hard sequin with the softness on the top. This is from Target. It's $30.
Target?
Wow.
And then you've got this lovely little bag. The croissant shape is the shape of the season with a crystal finish, and then these great slingback shoes, but with the high shine. So you're mixing all these fun textures together.
Yeah, and they're also different reds. It's not like you have to wear the
which
exact
I
same
kind of
red.
love.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and
me
that's
too.
the key when you do
All right.
monochromatic, mix them together.
Shivani, thank you.
You look
Thank you so much.
beautiful. Okay, next up is Lola, and she's showing us how to pull off just a pop of red.
Love it.
Just a pop. So this is your hero piece. This is a great sweater, and it's like a really quality knit. And you wear it as you would do anything else with this great Madewell skirt, and it looks fantastic just with this little slit up the front. And it's all about the styling tricks, right? So you've got this great shoe, a bag, a belt, and then this pattern play over with the
Yeah, tell us
stripe.
about that. So you throw a sweater on a sweater.
A sweater. It's kind of nice to just add a little element of difference to it.
Love
There's something about it that looks Parisian.
Yeah.
Very
Oh, yeah.
Parisian.
Right?
Good eye.
Lovely.
All right, thank you.
Lola.
All right, we need to rock. We need to get a rockin' look. We've got our producer, Rainey, who ran the marathon, about 12
Rainey,
of
this
them.
is a great holiday look.
Yeah, I love it.
Great holidays. It's also a power play, right? So this is the ultimate power suit. It's the tailoring of a blazer.
pull up the sleeve. That's
Go
right,
on.
Rainey.
You're not
Work
going to
it.
argue with Rainey in a meeting wearing this.
No.
Right? You're going to listen to it because that's what red does for us.
But this is color blocking too, with the purple and the red.
shoes.
So when
too.
you're color blocking, think of something wearing it with something that's of equal strength in the color. So this is 110% saturation in the red and in the purple. I love this. This is a H&M suit.
So you can wear reds and purples, but can you wear reds and pinks? Like I've seen that a lot. That's
you know
okay.
What the key is, if you wear the pink, make sure it's of a strong pink, equally as strong as the red, not like a pastel pink.
Oh, it's got to be bright, like a little pop.
Pop.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Rainy, you look fab.
He's gonna jog off.
All right. And last, but definitely not least, is our associate producer, Katrina.
Katrina is rocking it.
This is just
so cool.
Red accessories.
So we're gonna dip your toe in, just literally dip your toe in with a great boot and a bag. You don't have to go the full whole 9
I
yards
love those
with it.
red boots.
Red boots. These are Steve Madden. These are on sale for like 30% off right now at the moment. They're a great investment piece. I lend this bag. This is a Target bag, again, $30. And it's just set against this fantastic like denim outfit, right? So it really makes, if you pop a red accessory, it elevates just your regular denim.
Now, Katrina's wearing a red lip. Should you wear, if you're wearing a red outfit, should you also go?
I love it with this
Yeah.
outfit. So there's a fun fact that apparently if you wear a red lip, you post double the amount of selfies.
Oh, really?
Because that's how confident people must feel when they do a red lip.
Red really is
All
the
right,
color
we bring
of the
everybody
season.
out. Let's see how everyone's. Oh, this is so. These are all such cute.
By the way, that is a great holiday
Holiday,
look.
festive,
All of them.
As casual as you want or as dressy as you want.
Amazing.
Very cute. All right, guys.
Anna, thank you. Thank you.
Coming up next, protecting your sanity. How to recognize the narcissist in your life and the best way to deal with him. Right after this. All right, does this sound familiar? Your first impression of somebody is that they're so charming and they're so confident, but then over time you're discovering that they're controlling and they're self-centered. If so, you may be dealing with a narcissist.
Okay, we are going to get some help from clinical psychologist Ramani Duvasala in a moment. But first, why the term narcissism is having a moment.
Y'all want to know what triggers a narcissist more than anything else in the world? Reality.
Narcissist, it's a word that's become mainstream, describing a person who is overly self-involved and often vain and selfish. But it's also a word that's overused and misunderstood. Clinical psychologist Ramani Duvasala's TED Talk on the topic has been viewed more than 1 million times.
Narcissism is in fact a personality pattern. It's a sort of way of relating to the world.
At the core, she says narcissists are deeply insecure, like to be in control, and are grandiose. And like it or not, we can find narcissists everywhere, from an overbearing parent to a destructive ex.
I was so completely manipulated into believing that I was everything for this narcissist. I believed that I was beautiful, I was smart.
She made me feel loved, seen, heard, and the most special person in the world.
They put me on a pedestal just to knock me down.
Every holiday would be ruined because that holiday wasn't centered around her.
Everything in the relationship was blamed on me. He took no accountability. There was a severe lack of empathy. And by the end of the relationship, I really didn't recognize myself anymore.
I knew that this person was taking advantage of me. I knew, but I couldn't leave.
And I really learned that in the last year, that healing is lifelong.
I was able to move on by starting to surround myself with friends and family again.
I'm deserving of unconditional love.
Just like me, I'm strong enough to get out of it. And just like you, you're strong enough to get out of it too.
Very powerful. Dr. Ramani joins us now. She's written a few books on narcissism, including her latest. It's called It's Not You. It's good to see you. Happy that you're here. I mean, there is an instant attraction people have to narcissists. There's a reason that so many people are in these relationships. So when you are going into a relationship, what are those signs that may show that, uh-oh, we might have an issue here?
Yeah. So once you get past the charm and the charisma and the confidence, the stuff that might pop out, every conversation's about them. They will bring it back to them. They'll often interrupt you. They will be they have a very low threshold for frustration. So as soon as things start going wrong, even if it's a little thing like they're not put to the front of the line in the restaurant or they don't get the table they want, you'll start seeing this sort of anger coming out. They may really mistreat people who have less power than them in that situation. The bartender, the server in the restaurant, the person who parks their car. You'll also see that they will become really prickly if you give them any feedback, even like, maybe we should have parked a little closer, snap. And then you'll think, wait a minute, where's charm? Where's the charming, charismatic person?
And you start to think it's you. Like, let me just
you think it's you.
Yeah.
Well, it's like an indoctrination, right?
Yeah.
They're so charming, they're so lovely, they're so attractive. You're thinking, oh, wow, this person's so into me. One of the people said, they put me up on a pedestal. Yeah. Right? So you justify and justify. So when they start behaving badly, that's when it really, really throws people off. They say, this has got to be me. It's not you. Right. But that's how these relationships last for a while. But these early signs, they do show up.
Wow.
You know, I mean, one thing that I wondered as I was reading all of this information is, are people born with, and is narcissism a spectrum?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not born. I mean, all babies could be argued to be selfish. It's like, feed me, change me.
Yeah,
but they're supposed to be. That's kind of how they survive. But no, they're not born. Narcissism, like all personality styles, is made. It's a social developmental process. It's how that child interacts with the world. So no, people are not born that way. But yes, it is on a spectrum. At the mildest end, honestly, you're looking at more like your Instagram narcissist. Yeah. Look at me, aren't I great? Yeah. Tell me I'm wonderful. Annoying, but not harmful. But at the far end of the spectrum, where it's more malignant and controlling and coercive, it can be downright dangerous.
Is there something that parents are doing to raise a child who turns into that?
So let's think of narcissism having two paths that can lead up to it, right? One path is more adverse, traumatic, chaotic, like that disruptive.
Kind of
okay? And remember, most people who grow up like that don't turn out narcissistic, right? But a small percentage do. The other path, though, is the sort of spoiled child path.
Yeah. Right.
The child who's never told no, who's never taught to regulate their emotions. And above all else, that child is told, you are more special than any other child. Not just you're special, but you're more special than all these other kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's important.
Okay, the other buzzword that I like to use constantly, because my kids like to do it to me, is gaslighting.
Your kids are gaslighting you?
All kids do, right? They're like, I didn't ask I want one more book, you know, that type of thing. Or I didn't ask you to turn off my lights. I'm like, you just asked me to. I mean, it's a joke, sort of, but sort of. But gaslighting is different than narcissism. How
Yes, it is. So gaslighting's a tactic, right? It's a manipulation, and it's a form of emotional abuse. And I'll tell you why. Your kids are only half gaslighting. You're gonna let your poor kids off the hook. So it's all narcissists gaslight. Not all gaslighters are narcissistic.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so gaslighting is when a person denies your perceptions, your realities, your truth. They literally say, I never said that.
Totally.
That never happened. But then the second step of gaslighting is, then they cut you down.
Oh.
I never said that, and what, do you have a problem? Like, what's wrong with you? Your memory doesn't work anymore? Maybe you need to see a doctor.
Okay, my kids don't do the same.
So then they're not
think that you're in a relationship like one of those young women said, and they can't get out. Maybe they think they can change the narcissist.
Correct. Yes.
Is a narcissist changeable?
Personality styles are really hard to change. Listen, both of you have personalities. I have a personality, right? How easy would it be for you to change your personality? Not really. And if we have healthy personalities, they're flexible. There's a little change there, right? Narcissism is rigid. It's maladaptive. And they also lack self-awareness. They lack the capacity to self-reflect, say, how am I affecting other people? Because there's not a lot of empathy. So where are you going to get in that buy-in to change? So when someone's saying you need to change, this isn't okay, they will shift blame on that person. No, you know what the problem is? The problem's you.
Right, you push my button.
You push my button.
Made me do
You're
that.
the problem. You made me do that.
Okay, we've got a lot of people have questions for you. So stick around. A lot more to talk about.
Yeah, Dr. Romney will answer some of our questions right after this. So,
We're back with clinical psychologist Dr. Romney, and she's helping us understand and deal with the narcissists in our lives.
Plus, she's going to help answer some viewer questions. There's lots of them.
Oh, yeah. You do say there are some people who just cannot walk away from their narcissist partner, but there's a way they can learn to deal with that behavior, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about realistic expectations.
Okay. We've got a question from our viewer, Katie.
With Thanksgiving being this week, many people have conflicting emotions about visiting home with a narcissistic parent or a family member. What recommendations do you have for someone in this situation?
Okay, so the conflicting emotions absolutely make sense because people, listen, it's not an all or nothing. A lot of people say, I still really love this person, but my gosh, this is a toxic interaction. If instead of bringing a side dish to Thanksgiving this year, bring heaps of realistic expectations.
Yeah, totally.
That's good.
That's really what it is. It's that being aware that a year is a long time, right? We our memories fade from what that last set of holidays were like, and you're like, oh gosh, here we go again. It's going to happen. Take a few deep breaths before folks walk in the door, before you walk in their door and prepare. And then recognize this is going to be how it is. Yeah. I even work with clients and I say, we're going to play some narcissist bingo. Once they hit 5 times they've done something toxic, commented on your weight, said something rude about what you're eating, compared you to your sibling, wait till you hit 5. Don't say bingo. That's probably a little bit dramatic. But then in your mind say, okay, at this point, at 5 of these, I'm going to take a walk. I'm going to go breathe a little bit. I might even say I'm going to leave a little bit earlier. You might make alternate plans. Don't stay the night. Realistic expectations.
That's interesting.
That's smart.
But
do it your way.
Yeah,
that's smart. Okay, next we have an anonymous question from a viewer who says, my mother turns every conversation around to be about her. Even with my kids, how can I make it stop?
Yeah, this is, again, remember what I was saying, like this, for narcissistic folks, this is what they do. They talk about themselves, they bring it back to themselves. She said, this person asked, how do I make it stop? You don't. So again, right away, go to this idea of that's not the game you're playing. You're not trying to make this stop, but you're accepting this is how it will be. So what that means is, don't bring something a problem you want to work through to your mom, because she's going to turn around and make it about herself. When you're going to see your mother, be ready for this. Maybe shorten the visits. If you have other family members like kids, prepare them for this so your kids don't think they're not important because their grandmother keeps turning it back to themselves.
So, I mean, everything's always about boundaries, and sometimes it's hard to figure out how do you set it and how do you say, or I like what you said, kind of pull yourself away is a way to create a boundary. But are there other ways that you can, look, you're in a small area probably for 3 days.
So in those cases, you're not going to set boundaries with them. So if this woman were to say, I will take this bet, if you were to say to mom, you talk about yourself too much, How much you willing to take that bet? Mom's going to lose it.
Yeah.
How dare you? How could you say this? I can't believe you say I raised you. I gave. I mean, you're going to get the whole kind of thing, right? So that's up to you if you want to do that and have that conversation, which is going to get you nowhere.
Yeah.
So the boundaries don't become with them; they become with yourself.
Step
Whether
away.
it is again, step away, disengage, listen to them, view your conversation with them. That's like a podcast about them.
From afar. That's smart.
Podcast about them. That's good.
Okay, this is another question from Carly. Let's see what she has to say.
Recently, I cut a narcissist out of my life, and I was wondering if you had any tips about how to get through the initial cutoff.
Okay. This is such a good question because, not everyone can leave, but many people do. And when you do leave a narcissistic relationship, it's not all, and everything's easy.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people will say, this person's trying to pull me back in. We're back to that love-bombing, charming, charismatic, and it's hard to resist. So that's called hoovering. That's number one. Number two, some people will feel naturally drawn back, regretting, wondering, did I make a mistake? All that justifying you did in that relationship is coming back. It's called euphoric recall. With all that erasing. Like, but I remember that really fun night we had in Miami. I'm like, honey, no. Let's talk about all the other stuff that happened. I would say to her, please sit down and write down all the disrespectful, terrible
Remind
things.
yourself.
The reason why you left.
You see it written down, and you're like, okay, this is why. Do it with a friend. Do it with a therapist.
Good idea.
It's really
It's easy to forget why you did something when someone's charming. You're so good.
Thank you.
That was so good.
So much. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah. Okay, for more on Dr. Ramani's book, It's Not You, head to today.com/books.
And we'll be back right after this. That was really good. Okay, we're so happy. Thank you for kicking your week off with us.
Coming up tomorrow, legendary tennis star John McEnroe.
Oh, Johnny Mac. Plus, our pal Justin Sylvester's got the latest celeb scoop.
Okay, y'all, it's Monday. Make it through.
Roll it, roll it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Thanksgiving is just around the corner, so today we're cooking up an all-star feast.
And making our favorite takes on classic holiday dishes. I'm kicking things off with a juicy marinated turkey and my favorite turkey tips.
And I'll whip up my favorite stuffing made with sourdough and challah.
And it just wouldn't be Thanksgiving without the perfect sweet potato pie. I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
I'm Jay Cohen.
And I'm Alejandra Ramos.
And this is Today Food All-Stars. Let's get cooking.
This turkey recipe is based on how my mom made our family's Thanksgiving turkey. Growing up Puerto Rican, our main attraction at holiday dinners was always pork. But one year, my mom decided to use that same citrusy marinade for turkey. And trust me, it works. Marinating can help keep a large bird nice and juicy, even through the long cook time. All right, so the star of this dish is the marinade. It's super simple. All we have to do is add every single one of our ingredients and let the blender do its work. We're gonna start off with an onion, and all we're gonna do here is quarter it and peel it. Really, really simple. Next up, I'm using a red bell pepper. You can swap in green, orange, or whatever you'd like. Now it's time for the garlic. This wouldn't be a Puerto Rican recipe without a lot of garlic. So we've got 16 cloves. Now we're gonna add a cup of olive oil, and that is gonna be enough to kind of get us started. And let it go. All right, that's already looking fantastic. Matches my dress. We're gonna add a little bit of cilantro. Now we're gonna add a little bit of that citrus. So for this, my mom growing up would use Seville oranges, which are also known as sour oranges, but they can be a little bit hard to find. So an easy swap is to just use 2 regular oranges and then the juice of 1 lemon. That way you get that beautiful tart citrus juice. Now we're gonna add some fresh lemon juice to it. All right, let's get that going again. We're gonna add some smoked Spanish paprika to this. It gives the bird a gorgeous color after it's roasted. That's what I love. We're also gonna do some black pepper and then salt. Always so key. This is what dials up the intensity of flavors. A 1/4 cup of kosher salt. I know that sounds like a lot, but trust me, it's what you need for this bird. Amazing. How beautiful is that? So our marinade's done. Gonna let that hang out for a little bit and move on to making our herb butter. So for this, we're using fresh oregano and thyme, but of course you can use any kind of herbs that you want. So for this, we're using a softened salted butter, which makes it really easy to incorporate those fresh herbs. You just kind of want to mix it up, mash the herbs in so it's nice and evenly distributed. And because you know I love my paprika, we're gonna add 1 tablespoon of it. This is gonna add flavor, but also color. Mix that in. Perfect. Okay, so now that the butter is prepped, it's time to bring out the guest of honor, our turkey. When you get a turkey at the store, it's usually wrapped up in plastic. You wanna get rid of that. For this, I like to use just some paper towel just to pat it dry, get rid of any juices that are on the turkey. Some turkeys come with giblets and the turkey neck inside, so you wanna make sure you check. If it is there, you can just take that all out. Now we're gonna add the herb butter that we made. And I just like to go a little bit at a time, kind of slip it in there, and then use your hands to press it in and around that breast. I also like to add a little bit of the herb butter inside the cavity. Just kind of spread it around in there. The more butter, the more flavor. And this is the easiest part. All you have to do is pour that beautiful creamy marinade right over the bird. I like to do this on a rimmed sheet pan so that it holds any kind of overflow. All right. That is 1 beautifully marinated bird. Happy Puerto Rican Thanksgiving. Now I'm gonna prep a few vegetables to stuff inside the turkey cavity. This is gonna add a lot of flavor as the turkey roasts. So for this, I'm using an onion, and all we're gonna do is quarter it. Don't worry about peeling. This is really just about the aroma. Take the garlic, and we're just gonna cut it right along the side like this, just to kind of release the garlickiness. I've got 1 orange to reflect those delicious citrus flavors in our marinade, and 1 lemon. So what we're gonna do now is just stuff all of this inside the bird. Just get as much as you can in there. What's great too is those citrus fruits, as they cook, the juices will kind of come out. So fantastic. Now, just to kind of keep things under control as it cooks, keep things decent, we're gonna tie the legs a little bit. And this isn't a fancy truss, that's not my jam. I like to keep it really simple. And our final step before we put the bird in the oven is to add some broth and some fun flavors to the base of our roasting pan. I'm gonna do about 3 cups of broth, and you can use any kind that you want. Chicken, turkey, beef, whatever you have, and some orange juice to, again, kind of pick up those beautiful citrus flavors in the marinade. Now we're gonna add some fresh herbs. Just gonna drop it in. This will sort of infuse that broth as it cooks. So it's like it's gonna have this beautiful herbal steam bath. A little aromatherapy for your turkey. Some fresh oregano, and a few bay leaves. So now we're gonna cover our bird with some foil before it goes into the oven, just to kind of keep things nice and hot inside. We are gonna roast this turkey at 325 degrees for a total of 4.5 hours. About halfway through, take the foil off and add another cup or 2 of broth to that roasting pan. Time to roast the turkey. All right, so our turkey is fully roasted. I've got one little finishing touch. I like to glaze my turkey with some guava jam. This is Puerto Rican. We're going with those delicious tropical flavors, and guava is one of my favorites. If you can't find guava jam, you can always use something like apricot or even raspberry. For this, I'm using a pastry brush. So you just dip it in and paint. Guava is one of my favorite flavors. This is like the smell of home to me. I'm a sucker for that savory, sweet combo. That looks amazing. Now to set the glaze, we're gonna pop it back under the broiler for just about 3 to 5 minutes, just until it's set. All right, so I always bring the beautiful bird out to the table on a platter, but after we say grace, I bring it back into the kitchen because nobody wants to carve a turkey on the table. You really want to be able to do it in the kitchen where you can have much more control over the bird. I like to start with the breast, and I let the breastbone in the center be my guide, cutting slightly either to the left or to the right to get that beautiful piece of the turkey breast out. And so you just sort of run your knife along and then use your hands to pull the meat as you cut. Once you hit a point where you can't go any further, you can come in from the side and then pull that breast meat off. So you can just cut it against the grain on the bias, just kind of going in into beautiful little slices. So I always like to get a little bit of the skin with the meat. So good. I'm getting all of those flavors in that marinade, everything I want in my Thanksgiving turkey.
Growing up, one of the best things my mother would make at Thanksgiving was her stuffing. The only thing was she would use like whole wheat sandwich bread, which is kind of basic. I still love you, Mom. I adore your stuffing, but I wanted to kick it up a notch by using some more flavorful breads. The only thing I did keep was her secret ingredient, which is apples. It had such a gorgeous sweetness. Honestly, the stuffing isn't just great for Thanksgiving. You can make it any time of year. So let's get started with our bread. I love sourdough because it adds really great flavor and structure. I think a key part that you need to know when you're making stuffing is the balance of breads. I'm using something with some structure and something that's a little bit softer and more buttery. You want that combo of both because no one likes mushy stuffing. So I'm slicing this into 1-inch kind of thick planks. And then from there, you don't have to get so precious. You just want to take your slices and then start to tear it into 1-inch pieces. Just like that. Don't get crazy, it's gonna be great. I have 2 sheet pans here, and we're just going to spread them out. A little bit of an arm workout. And this is actually one of the parts of the recipe that I would always help my mother make growing up. Challah is my favorite bread ever. It's super soft, super luxurious. It's gonna add so much richness to your stuffing. We have our sourdough, challah ready to go into the oven. Preheated oven, 300 degrees. We're just gonna bake it for about 15 to 20 minutes. You don't want dry. We just want it to be like on its way to becoming croutons. Now let's chat vegetables. We have 3 leeks here. Alliums are the base of almost any recipe, but for Thanksgiving, I find that leeks really give that Thanksgiving vibe you're looking for. They're a lot more delicate in flavor. Here's the deal with leeks. You gotta clean them really well. The easiest way to do that Took off the tops, we're gonna take off the bottoms. And now we're just going to slice them lengthwise. Reveal these beautiful layers. This is where all the sand and dirt gets caught. I'm gonna pop it into a bowl of water. And you just wanna go through and start to get it nice and clean. We're just going to thinly slice these. Think about like 1/4-inch slices. Put it to the side, and what that means is we're going to use 2 carrots, 2 parsnips, and 2 stalks of celery. We really want nice, like little bite size. Not too small, not too big. I'm looking for a nice small dice. And we're gonna start to build this all in one bowl. Parsnips. They are one of my favorite vegetables. This is one of my favorite ingredients to use in all of fall because it's super cozy. It's got that real nice depth of earthiness, a bit of sweetness. I've got herbs. I'm using thyme and sage today. We're adding just enough to perfume the whole dish. Everyone is very different in terms of their love of garlic. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've used 8 before, 10. I love a lot of garlic, so you really can kind of do this to your own vibe. Last but not least, we're gonna do a 1/2 cup of minced parsley. Just grab a nice handful and we're gonna run our knife through it. Now that our parsley is minced, the last thing we gotta do is chop up an apple. This is the one thing that my mother taught me, and that is the secret to a great stuffing: apples. It's gonna add that perfect sweetness, that punch of fall. And the one thing I want you to know is that a Honeycrisp is the supreme variety. But what I love about these is they don't brown really quickly. It's gonna be nice and bright and still add all of that gorgeous sweetness. Our bread is toasted. I'm gonna let that cool slightly, but meanwhile, we're gonna start sauteing our veggies. Got a pan here over medium-high heat. We are going to melt a full stick of butter. It's Thanksgiving, you gotta treat yourself. Definitely not a time for diet food. But butter, I mean, who doesn't love butter? Our butter is melted and bubbling. You do wanna make sure it's nice and hot. Not burning, not browning yet, but all melted. We're gonna add in our leeks. We're cooking down our leeks until they are nice and jammy. Sounds cute, but really it's a scientific term. They are going to release all of that beautiful sugar, which is going to caramelize, and then it's gonna really look like jam at the end. I warned you that leeks are quintessential for the aromas of Thanksgiving. Butter, leeks, right now I already smell stuffing. I'm telling you, this is the most important thing, especially when your guests arrive. They're gonna smell your kitchen. It's gonna be so delicious. And we are going to keep going and add all of our chopped veggies. We have our carrots, parsnips, and celery. We're starting to cook these vegetables, but we're not looking to fully cook them. At this point, let's start seasoning. I think that too often people do not season as they go. It's such a crucial aspect to make sure that everything tastes seasoned and not salty. There really is something magical when like garlic hits a hot pan. And just like that, we're done with our cooking. Our vegetables are sauteed. I'm gonna let these cool down for a little bit. Why do you want them to cool down? It's all going back in the oven. That's because we're gonna be tossing this up with our hands. You do not want to burn yourself. Y'all ready to toss? It's the sound of crunchy bread. This is where the magic starts to happen. Let's go in with these veggies. Get every last bit of butter. We got our Honeycrisp apple, parsley, 2 cups of apple cider, and then 2 cups of vegetable stock. We got the stock, we got the vegetables. We need something to brighten this up. Cut through all of that richness, and I find that a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar is just gonna help add a little bit more balance. 1/2 cup of heavy cream, more richness, more custardy goodness. We're using 3/4 cup of nuts. Last but not least, we have our eggs. You wanna be not delicate. We're not trying to obliterate the bread, but we do want to start to squeeze in all of these juices and get it kind of homogeneous, because really, like, you don't want your stuffing to fall apart as you cut into it. I have a 9x13 baking dish. You could use ceramic, you could use glass, you could use something that is an heirloom from your grandmother, anything that's going to hold this stuffing. I've bumped up the temperature to 375, and we're gonna bake this for about 50 to 60 minutes till it's beautifully golden, cook through. Your whole kitchen's gonna smell even better. Now this is a stuffing. You have the nice little golden bits of crispy bread. The center is going to be nice and delicious and have soaked up all of the flavors of our vegetables, herbs. You got the apples. This is going to be a stuffing your family's gonna be talking about forever. Let's give it a try. I'm a big believer in the corner piece. You worked for this, you get it. Great bread to veggie ratio. It's like if Thanksgiving was wrapped up into a bread pudding and really, 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 really given like a warm hug, it's this stuffing. I'm gonna keep eating this, but have a happy Thanksgiving.
In my family, there is no Thanksgiving without a really good sweet potato pie. And I mean, it's so good, you might as well forget about the turkey. Dessert is what everyone wants anyway, am I right? I am taking a classic sweet potato pie to the next level because my recipe is full of indulgent fall flavors with an extra dose of everyone's favorite campfire treat. You can't have an amazing pie without an amazing crust. You gotta have that incredible, delicious graham cracker. So I'm gonna add this right into our food processor. And here's another thing, if you don't have these available, you can also buy the crumbs right in the grocery store, already ready. And you really wanna create some nice crumbs here, pretty fine. So just make sure you get these grinded all the way down. All right, so once you have it all grinded up, we're just gonna add this directly into a large mixing bowl. Get all our crumbs in there. And then I'm gonna add a little bit of granulated sugar. And then we're just gonna whisk all of this together. We wanna make sure that we combine that sugar so you taste it in every single bite of this pie. And once you have a nice mix on that, we're gonna add some melted butter in here so we can actually start to bring this crust together. You can add whatever butter you have in the fridge, y'all, and I know you have plenty of butter for the holidays. And then I'm gonna use a spatula to start to combine everything. We wanna make sure that we moisten all of the graham crackers so it'll stick together and adhere really well. And you can sort of test it by just sort of sticking your finger in, and if you see it starts to actually stick together, it's ready to go. So I'm gonna dump this into a 9-inch pie plate. And then this is when your hands get a little dirty. I'm gonna start to press this right into the bottom of the pan. And just work your hands around and make it as even as possible. It doesn't have to be perfect, so don't worry about messing it up. Once you have your pie crust set up in your pie plate, it's time to bake it off. You wanna make sure that this sets up and gets a nice golden color. Our pie crust is ready to go in the oven at 350 for about 10 minutes. Okay, so our gorgeous pie crust is out of the oven, and look at that golden color. I mean, it really just looks so beautiful. We're going to let this cool for a bit while we start working on our filling. So, of course, if you have sweet potatoes for the holidays, you can actually just bake them until soft and use that as a nice substitute as well. But for the ease of this recipe, you can just grab a can of this and it's gonna make your life so much easier. So I'm gonna add this to our mixing bowl. Get all of that in there. And this is crucial because you do not want to use cold eggs for this recipe. You want to make sure that they are room temperature so your pie filling will set up perfectly. And we're also gonna add 1 egg yolk. There we go. And now we're gonna add some dark brown sugar. And I'm just gonna scoop that in, pack it down, and add that right into our mixer as well. And finally, I'm going to add some vanilla extract. You wanna make sure you use the real thing. All right, and we're gonna mix that all together. First, I'm going to add in some cornstarch. And then I'm also going to add in some ground cinnamon. I'm also going to add in some salt. I want to add some cloves, some nutmeg, and some ginger. And seriously, your kitchen is going to smell fantastic. All right, get that nice and mixed in. And then finally, we're going to add in some milk and also some heavy cream. Now, this pie batter is going to seem a little bit thin, but do not worry about it. It's going to bake up like a dream. This is a super deep pie plate, so we're able to get all of the filling in here. I cranked the temperature up to 375 so we get this nice setting of the pie. And we're gonna bake this for about 50 to 55 minutes and then check on it about halfway through. Now our beautiful sweet potato pie is out of the oven, and I've been letting it cool for about 3 hours. And now we're gonna get started on our chocolate ganache, which is going to go right on top of it. So I'm gonna start with our chocolate chips, and I'm gonna add that into our mixing bowl. And then I also have some heavy whipping cream. And that's all it is, y'all. Super easy. And this is going to go into our microwave so we can let that chocolate melt down. So now we're just gonna whisk all of the ingredients together until smooth. This smells amazing. So you wanna let this cool for maybe about 10 minutes and then you can add it to your pie. And then I'm just gonna take a tiny offset spatula and spread that around. Okay, we've got our graham crackers, we've got our chocolate, and now it's time for our marshmallows. I'm just gonna start adding these right to the top. Have fun with this. I just went with a super classic approach here. I went with just some jumbo marshmallows. I just love how organic and fun this feels, and you know, it really does seem like you're by the campfire. You can also just grab one right off of the pie and just eat it for a snack. You know, win-win. But not quite complete, because we've got to torch these babies. Now, kitchen torch. Most of you may not have this at home, but if you do want to invest in these, it's so much fun. You put this on the table at Thanksgiving and people are going to just gasp. You just can't deny wanting a piece of this, right? Got that chocolate with that mix of those fall spices and that filling, and then that graham cracker crust is just so perfectly crisp. This recipe is so perfect for Thanksgiving, and I hope you have a wonderful one.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. I'm Alejandra Ramos.
I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
I'm Jay Cohen, and this is Today Food All-Stars.
Comfort food can be pretty much anything that makes you happy.
Today we're making 3 dishes that are hearty, delicious,
and super satisfying.
I'm cooking up a decadent stovetop mac and cheese.
And this is my all-star take on my favorite comfort food, pizza stuffed meatloaf.
And I'm cooking a soothing chicken noodle soup with saffron. So grab your cozy clothes.
Take a moment to treat yourself.
And let's get cooking.
Who doesn't love macaroni and cheese? This dreamy dish is popular everywhere. Growing up, my mom would only make us that box mac and cheese when she didn't have time to cook, so it was a real treat for us. Now, I know the pre-made stuff cooks up quickly, but my stovetop mac and cheese is easy to make and even easier to eat. That's why this dish is my all-star comfort food. Now, when it comes to mac and cheese, you can really use any kind of cheese you want. What you do want to think about is that creamy meltability. So I love the cheddar for that. It's a great melting cheese. It really incorporates well into that sauce and gets really nice and creamy. I'm using a box grater to grate this, and I'm just going along those big sides to do it. Check that out. Mountain of cheese. I love it. And now we're gonna do Parmesan. So Parmesan is obviously not a melting cheese. Parmesan is a hard cheese. It adds incredible flavor. You probably use it on top of your spaghetti. So basically you're thinking you want texture and then you want flavor. And this way you can get both. All right, now we have all our cheeses ready for our mac and cheese. So I've got some pasta water already boiling here, and then we're gonna add some flavor with salt. This is just kosher salt, and I like it salty like the sea. Just be super generous here. This is adding flavor to your pasta. If you cook pasta in boiling just plain water, it's gonna taste like nothing. So you wanna add that salt. So now we're gonna add our pasta. I'm using a small pasta shape for this. So these are the little shells, which reminds me of the kind my mom used to make me when I was a kid. Any kind of small pasta shape would work really well here. That looks good. So now we're gonna start our sauce. I've got a big pot on my stovetop. I have it up to medium-high heat. You really want a nice big pot, because remember, we're making a sauce, we're adding all that cheese, and then we also need room for the pasta. So we're gonna start off with some butter. For this, I've got 4 tablespoons of butter. That's about half a stick, and that can just go right in. So just let it go. You want that butter to melt completely. I kind of like to let it dance around in there. And then we're gonna start making our roux. So the roux is essentially the base of the sauce. For this, I'm using 1/3 of a cup of all-purpose flour. And I'm gonna use a whisk to get that flour completely incorporated into the butter. It smells really delicious right now. That butter is starting to toast up a little bit. The flour is getting nice and incorporated. This looks really good. And you just wanna let this go for like a minute or two. Basically, you wanna cook off the flavor of the flour, and you want it to become a nice sort of like thick paste. All right, so we wanna check on our pasta to make sure it's ready. Let's see. Hey, little fella. That was perfect. Not too cooked. We're gonna drain this now. So you always wanna make sure you drain your pasta really well. If you don't, that extra water is going to make your sauce way too thin. We really want it to be rich, creamy. It's mac and cheese after all. All right, so now we can finish off our sauce. So we've got that flour that we cooked down, and we're gonna add the milk. For this, I've got 4 cups of whole milk, and then we're just gonna pour in, and you wanna do this slowly. So what I do is I whisk with one hand while I gently pour with the other, and just incorporate it little bit by little bit. And you might notice that it'll kind of lump up a little bit. That's totally fine. Once you keep going, it'll thin out. I'm gonna incorporate it like this. And then just keep going, adding a little bit more at a time. All right, so the perfect way to find out that this is at the perfect texture is to do the spoon test. Or in this case, the spatula test. What you do is you dip your spoon or spatula, anything you want, into the sauce, and you use your fingertip to brush it down the center. If it holds that line, see how it has that nice crisp line? That's how you know your sauce is creamy and ready. All right, so now that our sauce is ready, we're gonna add some flavor. This is a Spanish smoked paprika, and what makes it so wonderful is that smokiness. Now we're gonna add some dry mustard powder. So I know this is a little bit of an unusual ingredient. I love dried mustard powder because it adds a little bit of tang and sharpness to our cheesy sauce. And now my favorite part, a little bit of heat. I love adding a kick with ground cayenne. For this, I'm gonna do 1/4 teaspoon. And this is one of those things where it's up to you. If you like spice, go ahead and double it. All right, so now we're adding that cheese. All right, and then you just wanna whisk until all that cheese is melted and smooth and completely incorporated into your sauce. All right, so our sauce is perfect, and now we can add our pasta. So you can just keep this at that nice low temperature the entire time when you add your pasta. That way, you're not gonna overcook it. Everything is gonna stay nice and smooth and rich and gentle. And now what you wanna do is you just wanna incorporate it in there, just fold it in, keep stirring. Oh, this looks so good. All right, so now that our mac and cheese is almost ready, time for one of the most important steps in any recipe you make: taste before you serve. This is the point where you can find out, is it too salty? Is it too spicy? Do I want more of any ingredient? So let's give it a try. So good. I do want a little bit more salt. A little bit more salt. Maybe a lot more salt. And a little bit of black pepper. All right, so this is perfect. It's ready to serve. I'm sure you have hungry mouths ready to dive in, and this really is best straight off the stove. This is the ultimate comfort food dish for me. It's warm, it's cozy, it's got incredible flavor, so satisfying. It's a hug in a bowl. This is my perfect comfort food. Up next, Jocelyn Delk Adams shows us her twist on meatloaf. Don't want to miss that.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams, and this is Today Food All-Stars. I came up with this pizza stuffed meatloaf when I lived in Chicago, so this recipe is truly a trip down memory lane. It's basically a deep dish pizza crossed with a meatloaf, and it's so much fun to make. I mean, who wouldn't want a meatloaf stuffed with gooey cheese? I'm gonna show you how to make it. I've got some ground beef here, but you can also use ground turkey if you prefer. And then I've got some pepperoni, okay? Who doesn't love pepperoni? I need all pepperoni on my pizza, so it's gotta go in my meatloaf too. So you can either chop this as like small or as big as you like. If you want bigger chunks, it's totally up to you. I like to take a few and sort of just chop them into smaller pieces. So I just start adding this directly into our meat here. Now we're gonna get started on our parsley here. And I'm just going to take these right off of the stems. And you don't need a ton, but you just need enough to really sort of give this more of a fresher taste. Okay, and then I've got some garlic as well. We need to mince up about 2 cloves. If you like more garlic, you can definitely add more. Okay, so now I'm gonna add in 2 eggs. This is going to help bind all of those ingredients together. Now I'm adding in some seasoned breadcrumbs, and these are Italian flavored because we're making pizza meatloaf. We gotta have that Italian flavor in there. So now I'm adding in some milk. Give this some nice moisture. And then we've got finally some extra seasoning. I've got some Italian seasoning. And I've got some seasoned salt. And now we're gonna add in a touch of black pepper. All right, and those are our ingredients. Now it's time to get our hands a little dirty. You wanna roll up your sleeves on this, and you can definitely just get in there. That's the thing about meatloaf. You really just wanna get in there. Okay, and once you've got everything mixed together, it's time to start the assembly. So, washed my hands, and I am ready to actually assemble this meatloaf. So here I have a loaf pan that's lined with some parchment paper, and then I'm just gonna add this directly into our pan. And then what I like to do is just leave a little right there because I'm going to start to move this, pushing it down into the center, creating a well with my fingers, because that's where I'm going to add all of that delicious cheese that's gonna melt down later on. So just kind of push it along the sides, creating a well in the center of the meatloaf. I'm gonna add in our cheese. Do you see this? This is insane, y'all. Crazy. And I'm using a shredded mozzarella. Do you love how I said that? I'm using shredded mozzarella here because we are making pizza after all, pizza stuffed meatloaf. So I'm gonna get that right into the well. And then I'm going to use this extra meat that I have left off to sort of just place over the top. And then I'm gonna start to connect it. So we can push that cheese down so it's sort of hidden. You get that fun effect of it being right in the center when you cut into it. So while our meatloaf is cooking, let's get started on our sauce. And we're gonna actually start with some pre-made pizza sauce because, you know, we're trying to keep all the effort down, right? I've got this on a medium heat to begin because I wanna get a nice simmer on it. And then I have a few ingredients that we're gonna add to punch up the flavor. I've got some garlic powder. And then I've also got some red pepper flakes because I like a little spice. It's totally up to you though. And then I'm also gonna add in some parsley that we chopped earlier. And then I've got some oregano and I've got some basil, some dried ingredients that you can buy at the grocery store and store in your pantry. Ta-da! It's pretty magical, isn't it? You can actually see some of that cheese that started to bubble on the top. I mean, oh my gosh, that looks sensational. So I'm just gonna use our flaps here and just start lifting it right up. You can see that drip. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna place it right here. And then just remove our parchment. Now we gotta add that sauce, y'all. Spoon it right over the top. Okay. Ha! I really could eat this whole thing by myself, but I'm willing to share just this time. Gotta add some more sauce to this baby. Oh, yes. It's time to taste. And I'm going into the center because I want some of that cheese, okay? Cheese pull, hello. Oh my gosh. Seriously, all of the bites together just make it taste like I just went to Chicago, okay? Like I'm just pulling up a slice of that deep dish pizza. It feels like home, almost like a hug almost. Coming up, Jake Cohen is sharing his all-star comfort food, saffron chicken noodle soup.
As I like to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This recipe is inspired by the chicken noodle soup that my mother would make for me when I was growing up. I decided to go and add a little unique twist after I got married. My husband's Persian, so I wanted to infuse a comfort food classic with the ultimate Persian ingredient, saffron. It adds the most beautiful color and this gorgeous floral essence. The soup really is the perfect marriage of two cultures, both bringing our favorite foods and families together. We are making the most gorgeous broth for our chicken soup, and what that entails is taking some chicken stock. It might seem counterintuitive, but they are two different things, and we are going to fortify it with more aromatics, more chicken, and our saffron. To get started, I have an onion, celery stalk, and a carrot, and we're just gonna cut them in half. For our onion, here's the deal. I love to keep the skin on. Skin on is an old school trick for adding a beautiful golden hue to your broth. Once it's chopped, into the pot. Celery stalk, same deal, boom, done. And then a carrot. This is the baseline. Now we're gonna talk herbs. I've got 2 sprigs of thyme. You could use as much as you want. Thyme is pretty neutral, and then a bay leaf. Now let's chat saffron. My mother-in-law, all of my husband's aunts, they have a freezer full of it. Why? Because it adds the most gorgeous color and flavor to so many dishes. The key part is, you don't need a lot. It is the most expensive ingredient in the world by weight, but you only need a pinch for every recipe. Little goes a long way. We're gonna throw this right in. That being said, we are going to add in even more flavor to the stock by simmering a whole chicken in it until it's nice and tender. Bloop. And now for our liquids. 8 cups of chicken stock. We're gonna let this simmer for a while, so if you just did this, you wouldn't have a lot of soup. We need to make sure that this chicken is covered, that everything has enough time to infuse and cook down. So we're gonna cut it with some water. That's always gonna be your trick. You used water to make your stock, now we're gonna use water to make our broth. Be gentle when you pour, you don't want it splashing on your chicken all over yourself. And now we're just gonna top it with 6 cups of water. We're gonna bring this up to a simmer, and then we're going to let it cook low and slow for about an hour and a half. And meanwhile, you can chill out. I'm in my onesie because that's what my family does. We love a Friday night onesie dinner. And I just think that this is the ultimate warm, cozy, cold weather vibes. Put on a movie, binge something on television, really do nothing all day but eat soup and stay in bed. Soup is ready. Turned it off the heat. We're going to pull out our chicken now and strain the stock. You gotta be careful here. We have this nice, beautiful, tender chicken. So tender, the legs already just fell off, and that's okay. I'm gonna throw this onto a little sheet pan, also use a bowl. We just gotta let it cool, and then we're gonna shred it. Don't be a hero. You got to let it cool. You will burn your hands. Beautiful. I'm gonna put this to the side. An intro, our straining vessel. You could use a giant bowl. I'm using another pot. I have a little colander here, which is just gonna be the easiest. If you don't have a fine mesh strainer or colander, I recommend using something like cheesecloth to line it. All right, we're going to pour this right in. If you are nervous, you can totally do this in your sink. Oh my God, it smells so good. There's really nothing like a chicken broth facial. I'm telling you, more spas need to start doing it. So we have our broth here. It is ready, delicious. I'm gonna season it up in a little bit, but first thing we're gonna do is let our chicken cool, shred the meat, and prep our veg. It's all gonna come together super quickly. The broth smells so amazing. I'm gonna bring this up to a very light simmer. What we're gonna do is introduce some more vegetables. Fresh vegetables, the reason being, the ones that are in the broth, no flavor. We wanna add some texture, some even more vegetable goodness into this and not have it be mush. I like a little bit of mush, but not too much mush. So we're gonna chop this up, throw it in. So I have 2 parsnips, 3 carrots, and 3 celery stalks. We're just going to chop them up. Parsnips. Can't talk about them enough. I love them. They are a quintessential ingredient to my mother's chicken soup, and I just think they add that perfect earthiness. They pair with chicken so, so beautifully. All right, let's throw them right in. We're gonna let this cook down for about 10 minutes, really just until your vegetables are tender. And meanwhile, let's shred our chicken. It's cooled down. I'm not gonna burn myself. Again, safety first. And what we're gonna do is we are going to literally just start pulling it apart. The skin will just pull right off. Pull that, okay. Beautiful meat. This is meat we keep. Let's shred it up. I want bite-sized pieces. That's kind of the name of the game. We just talked about that with our vegetables. Same thing with our chicken. The beautiful thing about it being so tender is that it just really falls apart. Herbs are quite triggering for me because if there's one thing that my mother did was get herbs all over the kitchen, everywhere. So definitely keep it together, but dill and parsley, it's crucial. It's that little bit of brightness. I think dill is the most important flavor when it comes to chicken soup, hands down. So we're gonna use a nice big amount of both. It's all going in together, so I'm just gonna go in with my knife, do a nice little rough chop. Let's test the veg first. That is tender. That is tender. That's what we're talking about. All about building flavor. We're gonna throw in our chicken. And our noodles. 6 ounces here. And I'm just gonna drop them in. And we're gonna let this simmer for about 5 minutes, just to let the noodles get nice and al dente. Everything will come together. Let's try our noodles, make sure they're nice and al dente. Perfect. Okay, we're done. Soup's off. Let's finish it up. Put all this hard work. These finishing touches are really what's gonna take it to that next level. The saffron broth, I am telling you, this color, the flavor, the aroma, it's next level. Let's match it with some herbs, some lemon zest, and some more salt and pepper, I'm telling you. I find that a teaspoon of lemon zest, magic. You could also use a little splash of vinegar, but to me, like a little lemon, it's that je ne sais quoi. The color immediately from the herbs, I mean, come on, look at this. You got the tender noodles, you got the veg, you got the chunks of chicken. Oh, and that saffron broth, I'm telling you, beyond. The best part is that even though my husband didn't grow up with chicken soup per se as a comfort food, by infusing the saffron, he really has absorbed this in his lexicon of all things cozy.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Today, we're cooking up dishes that can be made in less than 30 minutes.
So you can get food on the table fast and still have a delicious dinner on any busy weeknight.
I'm making my Chipotle lime steak tacos.
And I'm making rigatoni with a quick cherry tomato ragu.
And I'm making my super crispy cereal crusted fish sticks.
I'm Alejandra Ramos.
I'm Jake Cohen.
I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
And this is Today Food All-Stars.
The clock is ticking, so let's get cooking.
Tacos are a fantastic weeknight dinner because they're so versatile. You can put just about anything in them. Today, I'm using skirt steak because this cut of meat cooks up quickly. When it comes to tacos, I'm all about the toppings. So I'm also making quick pickled onions and a delicious zesty mayo. Skirt steak is such a great cut of beef. It takes on amazing flavor and it cooks up really quickly, which makes it perfect for these quick 30-minute meals. I'm gonna set this guy aside for a little bit while I start working on the marinade. One of my favorite things whenever I'm marinating skirt steak or any kind of protein is to use a big, giant zipped bag. Get the big gallon size, and then you can put your marinade, the meat, veggies, anything that you're cooking with right in here. So peel your garlic, and instead of chopping or mincing, what we're gonna do is use a grater and just grate it right into our zipped bag. Just gonna get as much of it as you can in there. Now we're gonna do some fresh limes. I always like to make sure that I zest off all this delicious peel. Like 70% of the flavor of citrus lives in that peel and in those natural acids. I love using a juicer like this. It just really gets all that great juice out. All right, this looks so good. It already smells so fresh and flavorful. Now we're gonna add a little bit of salt. We're also gonna add some freshly ground black pepper. And a little bit of oil. You can use vegetable oil or olive oil, whatever you've got. It's gonna go in there. And I promised you Chipotle, so it's Chipotle time. For this, we're using Chipotles in adobo sauce. These are one of my pantry staples. Chipotles are smoked jalapenos, and they're in this wonderful sauce. There's a lot of incredible flavor, perfect for our marinade. And just chop. That's perfect. All right, we're just getting messy. All right, so now that we've got our delicious marinade ready to go, we can add the skirt steak. So skirt steak usually comes in this incredibly long piece, which obviously doesn't fit on any pan that I've ever seen. So we wanna cut it down into a few smaller pieces. I like to do about 4 to 6 inch pieces. Depending on the size of your pan, you can kind of go smaller or bigger, but that's about the size you want. Just like this. Perfect. And then these pieces can be dropped right in to our marinade. Now it's time for the fun part. Once you've got the marinade and the steak in the bag, seal it up tight. And then you can use your hands to massage that marinade all around the steak, making sure that every single one of those incredible flavors infuses your meat. Just like that. All right, that's fantastic. Shake it. Now you can just set this aside and let it hang out for about 10 to 15 minutes while we work on our toppings. We're gonna get started with our quick pickled onions. I love this kind of riff on classic pickled onions because it's super easy, super simple, and it adds amazing flavor to our tacos. We're gonna cut off the root side, set that aside, and then just cut it right down the center. Get that peel off. To slice the onions, you can use a knife if you prefer, but I love using a mandolin. Just makes everything really quick, easy, and keeps the slices super even. All right, now we have these beautiful slices. I'm gonna put them right into my bowl. And we're gonna do some fresh lime juice and zest right on top. Now we can get the juice. Just cut your lime in half. Get all of that juice in. Now we're gonna add some salt to it. Just sprinkle that all in. This is also gonna help make those onions really nice and tender. I love adding a little bit of cloves to it. I think it adds just a special flavor. So we're just gonna do a little pinch, about 1/8 of a teaspoon or so. Then give it a toss. Make sure that that salt, the lime zest, the lime juice, and the onions are all evenly incorporated, just like this. And now we will just let this hang out, let those guys get to know each other. It's gonna be wonderful. I think no taco is complete without some sort of delicious creamy sauce. So for this, we're making essentially a lime crema. We're using mayo as our base, and we're gonna do 1/2 cup of that. All right, so now we're gonna do 2 teaspoons of ground cumin. I love that cumin adds this really smoky flavor to it, and it's also very much a common spice used in a lot of Mexican cooking, so it's just something that ties all of the flavors in our dish together. I'm gonna stir that in a little bit. Nice and evenly incorporated. Right into our sauce. I promised you zesty, guys. All right. Tap that right in. Give it a little stir. And now for the juice. Let's incorporate that. You can actually use a whisk to make sure it's really nice and smooth. Right? I'm also gonna add just a little bit of salt to our sauce. So give that a nice whisk. This is a pretty loose sauce. It's something you can really kind of drizzle over the tacos. Well, our toppings are ready, so now it's time to cook the steak. So the steak has been marinating. It's got all that incredible flavor. And whenever you're cooking steak, you want your pan to be hot so you can get those incredible flavors. So all we have to do now is take it right out of the marinade and straight into the pan. Love that sizzle. Anytime you're cooking, you want to make sure that there's a little bit of room left between everything that's in your pan. Don't crowd them. They need room to stretch out, to get cooking in there. Steak doneness can be a very personal thing. Personally, I like 2 to 3 minutes per side, which gives me the perfect medium rare. All right, I'm ready to start pulling these off. Smell amazing. Oh, I love those beautiful grill marks. Anytime you cook steak, you really want to let it rest before you cut into it. It just gives the juices a little bit of time to settle so that they don't run out. All right, we've got all our ingredients. The steak is just about done resting. I've got a few little finishing touches before we can make our tacos. Now we're gonna work on some of the fun toppings. So I love avocado on my tacos, and you guys already know I love lime, so you gotta have a little extra lime too. Just gonna slice the lime, and then I'm just gonna quarter it. Now we're gonna cut our avocado. You always wanna get rid of that little stem bit. And then take the avocado right in, go all around that center pit. Give it a twist. Perfect avocado, it's my lucky day. To get that pit, you want to use that sort of bottom part of your knife, slice it in, give it another little twist, and there we go. Pop that out. Now what I like to do is use a spoon just to scoop out that avocado. Perfect. I love a little salty cheese on top. For this, I'm using queso fresco, which is a Mexican-style fresh cheese. It's a little bit crumbly. I like to use a fork just to break it up like this. I prefer corn tortillas for my tacos. I think it gives an incredible flavor. If you prefer flour, go for it, you do you. So you can do this on a cast iron skillet, a nonstick skillet, really any kind of skillet. In the meantime, let's slice that steak. This has had a moment to rest. And now what you want to do is look out for the grain. Your instinct might be to cut with them, but really what you want to do is cut against them so that when you take a bite, the steak sort of falls apart in your mouth. It's just super tender and lovely. So I'm just gonna start assembling. I like to start off with the sauce. Just spread a little bit right in the center. And then a few pieces of steak, about 3 or 4. You don't wanna get too wild. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit of avocado, some of those fantastic pickled onions, and that perfect little salty queso fresco right on top. A few little fresh cilantro leaves, just as a finishing touch. And there you have it, Chipotle lime steak tacos. I'm ready for a bite. I love it. You can see that steak, the pickled onions, cilantro, that salty queso fresco. So good. Coming up, Jake Cohen is whipping up pasta with a quick cherry tomato ragu.
This dish is something I started making over the summer. You know, when you want to avoid being in front of a hot stove as much as possible, but it's also so perfect during the winter because it's quick, hearty, and cherry tomatoes are one of like the few things that you could still get outside of summer and still be delicious. A warm bowl of pasta, it just always hits the spot. Plus the sauce comes together in one pot, so it's a one-pot wonder, my favorite kind of recipe, and I'm telling you, it's gonna be yours too. First thing you wanna do, get a pot of water going. You wanna start to bring it up, not to a rolling boil yet, but get that going so that once we have our sauce ready, we can drop our pasta and don't have to be waiting for anyone. Now we're just gonna do a little bit of chopping. We've got a shallot, some garlic, and then we'll get our kind of herbs done too. So we're just gonna give this a quick, fine chop. Doesn't have to be perfect, but you want small pieces because we want this to cook pretty quickly. 30 minutes, clock's ticking. I'm not going to be messing around with you. I like a lot of garlic. I don't know about you, I do think it's personal taste, but I'm using 1 shallot and 6 cloves of garlic. Let's say you really love things that are oniony, garlicky, fragrant. Bump it up a little. I'm not your mother. You can use as much or as little as you like. When I'm mincing garlic, I just like to give it a little thin slice, line everything up, and then we'll just run our knife through it a few times. Our shallots and garlic are gonna cook together, so don't go crazy with tons of bowls on your counter. Throw them in together. So it might seem like we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but I'm gonna chop up some parsley. That's not gonna go in until the very end of this recipe, but it's the last thing we gotta chop. What I love about this is you just have to do a little bit of aromatics, some herbs to garnish, but that's all you need for your cutting board. That's it. That's all you gotta do. I'm just gonna clean up a little bit, kind of get everything together, and we're gonna start cooking the sauce. So this is 2 pints of cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, in a Dutch oven pot, we're gonna heat up 3 tablespoons of olive oil. Let that come up. You're really gonna wanna look for a nice shimmer in the pan to know it's hot. And we're gonna add in 1 pound of lean ground beef. Cook it down into crumbles, and then we're gonna start adding from there. Lots of flavor until you have the best and quickest cherry tomato ragu you've ever made. We're gonna throw in our beef. You hear that? If you do not hear that sizzle, wasn't hot enough. You want to be using a wooden spoon. Start to break up the beef. We want nice small crumbles. And we're gonna cook until you no longer see any pink. They're gonna start to caramelize, get nice and golden. It should only take about 6 to 8 minutes. While this finishes cooking, I'm going to grab a bottle of white wine. We're gonna throw in our garlic and shallot, chili flakes, crushed red pepper. I'm using a ½ teaspoon. I like a good kick. If you really like a good kick, throw in some more. If you are a little afraid of spice, start with a ¼ teaspoon. Really choose your own adventure when it comes to heat. It's gonna cook down forever once it's covered, so don't worry about your shallots becoming super softened. What I am gonna do is deglaze the pan with a cup of white wine. What does deglaze mean, you might wonder? What this means is we're kind of using some liquid to pull off all of those brown bits that are stuck at the bottom. You work so hard to build up flavor. We're searing the beef, we're adding the garlic, the shallots, the chili flakes. Now that we threw this in, time to add in our tomatoes. Using these gorgeous cherry tomatoes that are gonna burst. That's like the best part of this. And last but not least, 2 tablespoons of balsamic vinegar. A little bit of acid, especially when we're dealing with tomatoes, is so important. You have all of the richness from the olive oil and the beef. The balsamic is just going to help balance that out, as well as it does add a little bit of sweetness too when it cooks down. We're gonna toss this up. And now we're gonna add in my favorite ingredients ever, which are salt and pepper. Really want just something that's gonna help brighten this up. Now that it's nice and incorporated, seasoned, I'm going to throw on a lid and we're gonna let the magic happen. Meanwhile, in the same time that your sauce is gonna take to cook, we're gonna be able to cook our pasta. How amazing is that? We've got a beautiful pot of water to a boil. I'm gonna add in my salt now. In terms of the type of pasta you can use, anything you like, really. I love a short pasta, something that's gonna pick up this sauce. This isn't a blended sauce, it's gonna be chunky. So really think of things like orecchiette, penne, rigatoni, which I love, rotini. Any of those options are wonderful. Just a pound of dried pasta. You got it in your pantry. Give it a little zhuzh, just to make sure nothing sticks. And you got 10 minutes to drink the rest of your bottle of wine. I'll see you back here and we're gonna finish up our pasta. Time to check everything and get it all together. Oh my God, like magic, all of our cherry tomatoes popped. Now here's the magic. It doesn't look much like a sauce until you go in with your wooden spoon and you start to stir it up. It starts to break down the tomatoes and really becomes nice and juicy. Gorgeous. And now we're just going to take our pasta and throw it right in. You could drain this in your sink with a colander, but I find it's super easy just to use a spider like this and throw it right in. Giving this a nice gentle stir. And now I'm going to throw in our herbs. We pre-chopped our parsley, but I do have some feelings about basil. You don't need to chop it. I'm a big believer in just tearing it off. We're gonna go for the same amount that we used for our parsley, but I'm just going to give it a little tear and drop. And then we're just gonna need to taste it for salt and pepper. And of course, make it rain Parmesan. The reactions, they're always in real time. All right, we need some more salt and pepper, as I predicted. Would it even be a pasta party without a crazy raining of freshly grated Parmigiano Reggiano? Let's give it a taste. Speechless. I'm telling you, this pasta, it tastes like hours and hours of low and slow cooking. It really comes together in 30 minutes. You get the beautiful sweetness from the tomatoes, the brightness from the balsamic. The beef ties it all together to make a one-pot meal that I'm obsessed with. Coming up, Jocelyn Delk Adams is making cereal crusted fish sticks that are perfect for any busy weeknight.
Hey guys, welcome back. Jocelyn here, and this is my all-star take on a 30-minute meal. Fish is a fantastic protein when you're in a rush because it cooks quickly. So today I'm whipping up cereal crusted fish sticks. This dish is a childhood favorite that works for kids and adults of all ages. First, let's prep the fish. Today I'm going to be using some cod, and this is a much milder flavor in terms of fish because sometimes people don't really like that fishy smell and flavor, and so I find that this is like one that pleases everyone in the family, and it's easy to work with as well. So we're gonna start by cutting these into strips, and they can be about an inch, however thick you really want them. I find that like a smaller size is like easier for the kids to enjoy. They can just pick them up with their fingers if they want, and it's really giving off those true fish stick vibes. Now that I've got everything cut up, we're gonna start our dredging process. I'm going to add some flour into our first station, and this is going to help our fish sort of adhere to our breading. So we want to make sure that we have that in the beginning. And then I'm going to add 2 eggs to this center here. And this is also going to help with adhering to our batter as well. And I'm going to give that a quick whisk. Get that broken up and beaten a bit. All right. And then I'm going to work on our cereal breading. This is such a fun part of this recipe. I'm going to add our cornflakes directly into a plastic bag. And you want to make sure these are the plain ones. Don't get the ones with the sugar on it. Once you have your cornflakes in the plastic bag, you want to seal it up. Y'all been working hard, right? Let's bang these. I mean, could this not be more fun? You can also put this in a food processor, but I actually would recommend doing this method instead because you don't want to pulse it and make it too fine. You want to have different sizes and textures going on, which makes this pretty special. And then I'm going to add in our panko. Mix that in. And then I've got some incredible seasonings that are going to bring this like to another level, y'all. I've got some lemon pepper, and I love that hint of citrus in this that really sort of just brings these fish sticks alive. Got some salt, of course. And then I've got both some cayenne for some heat and some paprika. And if you don't like a lot of heat like me, you can totally omit that. So we're just gonna mix everything together. And once you find that everything is incorporated, it's time to start dredging our fish. I'm going to start by adding one of our fish sticks into the flour mixture. And we want to make sure that we coat this pretty well. Get in all those nooks and crannies. And then I'm gonna sort of shake it off and then add it directly into our egg mixture. And finally into our cornflake mixture here. And you can see how it's super crispy and crunchy. So that one's ready to go. So now I'm going to prepare our baking pan. I've got some nonstick baking spray, and I'm just gonna add this to a sheet of parchment. Because we're not frying these, we wanna make sure that we're still giving that authentic, crispy, crunchy fish stick taste. Add that directly to our baking pan and repeat. So now as you're adding these, just make sure that you leave enough space in between so they cook evenly. Now that these are all breaded, we're going to do one final spray with the nonstick cooking spray. These are gonna bake fast. We're gonna bake these at 400 degrees for 12 to 14 minutes. Oh, these are beautiful. Look at how golden and crisp these are. I mean, you can just almost taste that crunch when you first bite into these, and just that golden color. I'm just gonna add a little finishing salt right to the top. Okay, oh, that looks incredible. And because you sprayed these really well, they should just come right off of the pan. And plus it's parchment, so they won't stick. Now I'm ready to bite in. Big old bite here. I mean, come on, these are incredible. I mean, oh my gosh, it's like being brought back to my childhood here, seriously. I could have this for dinner every single day of the week. All of the flavors are popping. Just see how flaky the inside is and that crunch on the outside. And the fish is so flaky and tender inside. This is like seriously the perfect meal to make. And couldn't you believe like how easy it was? I mean, minimal effort and everyone will love this dish.
Season's greetings from the Today All Day Kitchen.
The holidays are all about getting together with friends, family, and of course, enjoying some amazing food.
Today, we're whipping up 3 tasty dishes to make your celebrations extra special this year.
I'll show you the secret to making the best latkes you've ever had in your life.
And my cheesy spinach gratin is the perfect party side.
And my flavorful brisket braised in red wine makes a decadent holiday centerpiece. I'm Alejandra Ramos.
I'm Jake Cohen.
I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
And this is Today Food All Stars.
Let's get this holiday party started.
Even if you don't celebrate Hanukkah, this recipe is a must for any holiday feast. I mean, seriously, who doesn't love crispy fried potatoes? It's traditional to celebrate with greasy foods around Hanukkah because it's the miracle of the 8 nights and we celebrate with lots of oil. These latkes are hands down the star of the show. Let's get started with our potatoes and onion. I have 2 russet potatoes and I'm gonna use about 1/4 of this yellow onion. Really, you're looking for 1 pound of potatoes. And obviously it's not required for the recipe, but ugly Hanukkah sweaters are encouraged. We have to get in on the holiday fun, just like the rest of you. Now we are going to grate. I have a box grater. We're gonna be using the coarse holes. It's a bit of an arm workout, not gonna lie. But listen, we're eating fried foods. We gotta balance this out with a little exercise. I have a bowl here that I've lined with cheesecloth. I'm gonna throw this in. And it's just gonna help us squeeze out all of the liquid because what is the enemy of fried food? Water. That'll make it soggy, and nobody likes soggy latkes. We're going to squeeze out all of the water from this. Really give it a good squeeze. When you think you got it all out, give it one more tug. You see all this here? This would not give you crispy latkes. This would give you sad, limp latkes. Awesome, okay. This is gold right here. Please do not dump this into your sink just yet. We are going to put this to the side and I'm gonna tell you all about why you got to be saving your potato liquid. But we'll get to that in a second. For now, I'm gonna grab another bowl and we're gonna start mixing together our latkes. Little bowl with our ball of potato and onion. And now you don't need a lot more. I'm gonna throw in 1/4 cup of matzah meal. You could also use flour. You could use breadcrumbs. I'm gonna crack in 2 eggs. And 2 teaspoons of kosher salt. Now we're just gonna start to mix this all up. It comes together pretty quickly. You get a little messy, but that's kind of the fun of this. That's why I'm wearing my ugliest sweater, of course, because if we get a little latke or grease on it, I'll live. So I have this bowl of liquid here. I'm gonna walk over to the sink and pour off the liquid. What you're gonna find stuck to the bottom is a thin layer of potato starch. This we're gonna add back into our latkes. It's gonna help bind and make them extra, extra crispy. This is the gold, the secret ingredient for the crispiest latkes. It's gonna add more starch to bind it together and get extra golden in the pan. Voila. It's the weirdest thing. It feels so weird in your fingers, but it's the secret. I'm telling you right now. You're never gonna just throw out that liquid ever again now that you found all of this magic that gets stuck to the bottom of your bowl. We're ready to fry now. I'm going to preheat a cast iron pan. I love cast iron because it's thick. It really helps get a nice golden crust. But we're going to throw in 1/4 inch of vegetable oil. This pan's gonna fit 3 latkes because you need to make sure you give enough space so that when you smash it, they don't all meld together. But really no more than 4 per batch. Nothing is worse than dropping it in and you don't hear any noise. If you don't hear any noise, you're just gonna end up with super greasy latkes. Let's go in. I got my 1/3 cup scoop. I'm gonna drop all of my scoops first. Gorgeous sound. We love to hear it. And now directly after, you got your spatula, and we're gonna give it a nice old smash. It goes pretty quickly. You're really only gonna need about 2 minutes per side. The key part is at a medium-high heat, we want that nice golden color. All right, let's take a look at the other side. Also nice and golden. This is ready to drain. I'm gonna throw this right to a sheet pan lined with paper towels. This is just gonna help get out any excess grease so it stays nice and crispy. All right, let's do this. All right, the latkes are all fried. You wanna have them while they're hot, so I'm gonna grab my platter and we're gonna start eating them while they're fresh. Okay, time for our latke party. We have our freshly fried latkes. Now, toppings. We have a lot to talk about. I grew up in an applesauce family. Many are of the belief that sour cream is better. You do you. I think there is no one that is better. It is whatever you love, whatever brings out the most nostalgia from your childhood. Boom. Are you ready for the crunch? Brings me right back to standing at the stove while my mom fried latkes. I'm telling you, even though I've taken over latke frying duty, it still brings up that same cozy vibe. This is the ultimate Hanukkah recipe. You need it at your holiday feast. Nothing like a perfect latke. Happy Hanukkah, everyone. I hope you have a crazy night full of tons of perfect crispy latkes. Up next, Jocelyn Delk Adams is making her creamy spinach gratin.
This spinach gratin might not be super traditional, but just trust me when I say that it takes any veggie casserole to the next level. This dish has become a family favorite that keeps people coming back for seconds and thirds. To get started, we're going to add some chopped onion. And the thing about this recipe is I have actually quite a bit of garlic. I've got cloves, I've got garlic powder. I mean, can you tell I love garlic? I bet you can. But I just love the flavor that it imparts in a dish, and it just gives it so much depth. And I mean, hey, who doesn't love garlic? Okay. All right, so we're gonna melt our butter down. It's starting to melt down now. And we just wanna saute this until it's sort of tender and translucent, about 4 to 5 minutes or so. And kind of stir occasionally. Get it in all that delicious butter. And now I'm gonna add in our garlic, and this is only going to cook for just maybe 30 seconds. You definitely don't wanna burn garlic. Give that a stir in here. While our garlic is finishing up, we're going to get some flour in here that's actually gonna start to become a thickener for our gratin, and it's gonna bring all of the ingredients together. Sprinkle that right in. All right, so now that our paste has sort of developed here, we are going to add in our liquid. We've got some half and half. And I'm gonna pour this in slowly and continue to whisk so all of the ingredients will sort of come together as quickly as possible. I wanna make sure that all of that is just blended super well and nice and incorporated. So now you can start to see that it's thickening up and bubbling, and that's our nice thick sauce that's developing here. And now I'm gonna add in some seasoning. I've got some Italian seasoning that I'm gonna add in. I've got some onion powder and garlic powder that's gonna go in. I've got some nutmeg, which seems a little unexpected because you're thinking, we're not baking pie, like what's that doing in there? But I love the incredible flavor that it lends to this. And then I've got some cayenne as well, because I like that kick. Y'all know I love some spice. And then I'm just gonna mix all of this together. I'm gonna add in some softened cream cheese, and I'm gonna start to let that sort of break up into this cream sauce. Oh, y'all. This is what the holidays are all about. Bring on the cheese and all the creaminess and all the lusciousness. So we're just gonna mix this in and let it sort of melt down. And it's important that it's softened, because if it's not and it's super cold coming from the refrigerator, this is gonna take a really long time, and it's gonna be incredibly hard for it to blend into your sauce. There we go, it's breaking down beautifully. So now we're gonna add in more cheese, right? It's the holidays. We can't play around. We gotta make this super decadent. So we've got 2 different types of cheeses. I've got some shredded Parmesan, and I'm gonna add that right in to our sauce here. And then I also have like an Italian blend of cheeses. You will start to see like this become like a huge mess of cheese, and that's exactly what we want, folks, okay? So now I'm going to add in the star of the show, some spinach. We gotta add the spinach. So into our mixture this goes. All right, and then we're just going to mix this into our mixture here with the cheese and get it super duper coated, nice and coated here. And then we're just gonna cook this until it's slightly warmed through, because it's gonna go in the oven. So I'm just gonna add a little salt and pepper and taste it, and if it's perfect, we're gonna get it ready to bake. And now we are going to assemble this for baking. I have a casserole dish here, and you can use, you know, as deep as you like or as shallow as you like. It's totally how you want to serve this. And I'm gonna use some nonstick cooking spray, and I'm just gonna coat the inside so it's super greased. All right, and then I'm gonna add our spinach directly into here. Oh yeah, that's so good. So good. Okay. So now that I have our spinach in here, I'm just going to add some additional cheese to the top, because I clearly haven't added enough cheese here, so we need more cheese. Adding right to the top here. So I've got more of our Italian blend along with some shredded Parmesan that I'm adding to the top. And then I'm going to add some panko. So now this is going to bake in the oven at 375 for about 15 to 20 minutes. So this is just absolutely perfect. You can see the golden color on top, and you can see all that crunch and deliciousness, and you know the spinach and that creaminess below is so worth it. Delicious. I might take another serving. Sorry. Oh my gosh. This is what the holiday season is all about. I seriously could just serve this and everyone would be happy, okay? It's the gift that keeps on giving. It's incredible. Creamy texture, it's well seasoned and balanced. You've got that hint of nutmeg that I told you about. That's coming through. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everyone. I am definitely getting into the spirit.
This flavorful brisket is one of my favorites for entertaining family and friends because it doesn't require much active cooking time at all. All you have to do is combine all of the ingredients and basically let the oven do all that heavy lifting. We're gonna get started by making our spice rub for the brisket, and there's a lot of great flavors going into this. We've got smoked paprika, salt, some oregano, and a little heat from chili flakes. It's really simple. All you wanna do is a little small bowl and then add your ingredients in. I'm gonna do 3 tablespoons of salt. And this is kosher salt, which is really great for a rub like this. 3 tablespoons of smoked Spanish paprika, which if you've been watching the show, you know I love. It's smoky, so flavorful, and works really well with that red wine we're gonna be adding later. Now we're gonna do some black pepper, a couple teaspoons of that. 2 tablespoons of dried oregano. Just gonna shake that in. Don't worry if you get a little bit extra in. This is totally forgiving. And finally, a little bit of heat from those crushed red chili flakes. I'm gonna do a half a teaspoon. I'm real generous though, because I like it spicy. Use a fork or a little whisk just to mix it all up. Make sure that all those spices are evenly incorporated in here. You basically want to see like a nice, even distribution of everything that's in the bowl. All right, that looks fantastic. Now we're ready to add it to our brisket. So for the brisket, we're using a 5-pound cut of meat. You can go a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, whatever works for your party size. And then what we're gonna do is just add all of this onto the meat and rub it on. I want you to start with the fat side down because we're gonna put this all on this side of the meat, then flip it over when it goes into our pan. So we're gonna start like this. And do about half of that. And just rub it in, to kind of push it into the meat. Make sure you get it on all the sides. So much good flavor here. I'm smelling that paprika, I'm smelling those fresh herbs. This is really gonna infuse our meat with amazing flavor. And as it cooks, that flavor is just gonna come out. The meat is gonna become so tender. I mean, this is a fantastic dish for entertaining. I'm gonna give it a nice little flip. Put it into the pan with that fat side up. And then I'm gonna go ahead and toss the remaining amount of the rub. Just spread it in. Anything that falls into the pan is perfectly fine. That's just gonna become part of the delicious braising cooking liquid. Beautiful. Amazing. God, already smells like a party. This is a braised brisket, and what braising means is you're taking a piece of meat or veggies, whatever you're cooking, and cooking it slowly in liquid. So for our liquid for this is gonna be some broth, some red wine, and then we have a few aromatics. I'm doing a couple onions. These are Spanish onions. This is really just about adding a little bit more flavor to our broth, so it's very, very simple. We're really just gonna scatter these pieces around the side of our brisket. So just toss them in, no fancy chopping or cutting needed. Now some garlic, a lot of garlic, that's how I cook. We've got about 12 cloves here. Do as many as you want. You can do more, you can do less. And we're just gonna smash them up a little bit. Basically, I wanna open them up so that as they braise, that flavor kind of comes out easily. Use the flat side of my knife and push. There we go, a little crushed, right into the pan. And just repeat with the rest of the cloves. And the last one. Perfect. So now we're gonna work on our braising liquid, which is a mixture of broth and wine. I'm gonna go grab that wine. For this, you wanna use a dry red wine. I've got a Spanish Tempranillo here, which is probably one of my favorites. I really always love those Spanish flavors when I'm cooking. So it would be delicious if I poured it into a glass, maybe slightly smaller than this one, and it's gonna be delicious in your food. Pouring all that wine in. We're using the whole bottle. To this, we're also gonna add some tomato paste. Just one whole can of that. It's gonna go right in with the wine. Gonna whisk that in. And I like using tomato paste for this because it's already this really sweet, concentrated flavor. So use a whisk just to kind of gently stir that in. All right, that looks good. And so now we're gonna pour in our braising liquid. I wanna make sure that rub stays on the meat. So when you pour, just pour along the outside, just like that. I wanna make sure those flavors stay on the meat as long as possible. Good. And now we're gonna add our broth. And for this, you can use any kind of broth you'd like. I love a really flavorful kind of beef or chicken bone broth. Okay, so this is ready to go into the oven. Before we pop it in, I do want to cover it with some foil. The foil is going to help trap all those delicious flavors and that steam in there, keep things really moist during the long cook time. Okay, so that's covered. Now it's ready to go in the oven. We're going to braise it for 5 to 6 hours at 350 degrees. And then while we wait, I'm gonna open up a second bottle of that wine. This smells amazing. The brisket has been braising for 6 hours. Let's see how it looks. Ta-da! This is exactly what I was hoping for. You'll see the brisket has shrunken up a little bit. It's very tender. All those flavors are concentrated. And we've got those little garlic cloves that we tossed in. Now they're really, really tender. You wanna grab a fork, and then what we're gonna do is you're just gonna go in and smash them, sort of dissolve them right into that braising liquid. This is gonna add incredible flavor to the sauce. So remember, I told you to cook this fat side up. The reason for that is because as it braises, that fat renders and falls down into the meat, making it extra tender. But there is some of it that does remain even after all this cook time. And what you wanna do is hold onto your pan and then just kind of pull back. You'll see how that fat easily comes right off the meat. You just scoop it up. Now we are ready to shred our brisket. So for this, I'm just gonna use 2 forks, and it's a really, really simple process. You just kind of stick that fork in there and just start pull with the opposite one. See how it shreds beautifully? This is so, so simple. And one of the great things about doing it right in the pan with all this delicious cooking liquid in there is that it is basically kind of mixing itself right into that sauce. All right, this looks so good. So I'm gonna do one quick little taste. Amazing. I'm gonna add a little bit more salt all over, and then some black pepper. All right, so before we serve this, I do like to do one little finishing touch. I love the little crispy bits of meat when it cooks on the fire. So what I do is after I shred, pop it under the broiler for just a couple minutes. You're gonna get all those little crispy edges. So delicious. All right, so now we're gonna plate it up. And you can serve this with any sides that you want. I love sweet potatoes because I think that the sweetness of the sweet potatoes works really well with the savory meat. Because it's the holidays and I love an accessory, we're gonna add some pomegranate jewels right on top. Look how pretty these look. They just add gorgeous color. And a little bit of fresh cilantro. All right, I'm ready to taste. What a perfect meal for our holiday feast. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everyone.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Thanksgiving is just around the corner, so today we're cooking up an all-star feast.
And making our favorite takes on classic holiday dishes. I'm kicking things off with a juicy marinated turkey and my favorite turkey tips.
And I'll whip up my favorite stuffing made with sourdough and challah.
And it just wouldn't be Thanksgiving without the perfect sweet potato pie. I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
I'm Jay Cohen.
And I'm Alejandra Ramos.
And this is Today Food All Stars. Let's get cooking.
This turkey recipe is based on how my mom made our family's Thanksgiving turkey. Growing up Puerto Rican, our main attraction at holiday dinners was always pork. But one year, my mom decided to use that same citrusy marinade for turkey. And trust me, it works. Marinating can help keep a large bird nice and juicy, even through the long cook time. All right, so the star of this dish is the marinade. It's super simple. All we have to do is add every single one of our ingredients and let the blender do its work. We're gonna start off with an onion, and all we're gonna do here is quarter it and peel it. Really, really simple. Next up, I'm using a red bell pepper. You can swap in green, orange, or whatever you'd like. Now it's time for the garlic. This wouldn't be a Puerto Rican recipe without a lot of garlic. So we've got 16 cloves. Now we're gonna add a cup of olive oil, and that is gonna be enough to kind of get us started. And let it go. All right, that's already looking fantastic. Matches my dress. We're gonna add a little bit of cilantro. Now we're gonna add a little bit of that citrus. So for this, my mom growing up would use Seville oranges, which are also known as sour oranges, but they can be a little bit hard to find. So an easy swap is to just use 2 regular oranges and then the juice of 1 lemon. That way you get that beautiful tart citrus juice. Now we're gonna add some fresh lemon juice to it. All right, let's get that going again. We're gonna add some smoked Spanish paprika to this. It gives the bird a gorgeous color after it's roasted. That's what I love. We're also gonna do some black pepper and then salt. Always so key. This is what dials up the intensity of flavors. A 1/4 cup of kosher salt. I know that sounds like a lot, but trust me, it's what you need for this bird. Amazing. How beautiful is that? So our marinade's done. Gonna let that hang out for a little bit and move on to making our herb butter. So for this, we're using fresh oregano and thyme, but of course you can use any kind of herbs that you want. So for this, we're using a softened salted butter, which makes it really easy to incorporate those fresh herbs. You just kind of want to mix it up, mash the herbs in so it's nice and evenly distributed. And because you know I love my paprika, we're gonna add 1 tablespoon of it. This is gonna add flavor, but also color. Mix that in. Perfect. Okay, so now that the butter is prepped, it's time to bring out the guest of honor, our turkey. When you get a turkey at the store, it's usually wrapped up in plastic. You wanna get rid of that. For this, I like to use just some paper towel just to pat it dry, get rid of any juices that are on the turkey. Some turkeys come with giblets and the turkey neck inside, so you wanna make sure you check. If it is there, you can just take that all out. Now we're gonna add the herb butter that we made. And I just like to go a little bit at a time, kind of slip it in there, and then use your hands to press it in and around that breast. I also like to add a little bit of the herb butter inside the cavity. Just kind of spread it around in there. The more butter, the more flavor. And this is the easiest part. All you have to do is pour that beautiful creamy marinade right over the bird. I like to do this on a rimmed sheet pan so that it holds any kind of overflow. All right. That is 1 beautifully marinated bird. Happy Puerto Rican Thanksgiving. Now I'm gonna prep a few vegetables to stuff inside the turkey cavity. This is gonna add a lot of flavor as the turkey roasts. So for this, I'm using an onion, and all we're gonna do is quarter it. Don't worry about peeling. This is really just about the aroma. Take the garlic, and we're just gonna cut it right along the side like this, just to kind of release the garlickiness. I've got 1 orange to reflect those delicious citrus flavors in our marinade, and 1 lemon. So what we're gonna do now is just stuff all of this inside the bird. Just get as much as you can in there. What's great too is those citrus fruits, as they cook, the juices will kind of come out. So fantastic. Now, just to kind of keep things under control as it cooks, keep things decent, we're gonna tie the legs a little bit. And this isn't a fancy truss, that's not my jam. I like to keep it really simple. And our final step before we put the bird in the oven is to add some broth and some fun flavors to the base of our roasting pan. I'm gonna do about 3 cups of broth, and you can use any kind that you want. Chicken, turkey, beef, whatever you have, and some orange juice to, again, kind of pick up those beautiful citrus flavors in the marinade. Now we're gonna add some fresh herbs. Just gonna drop it in. This will sort of infuse that broth as it cooks. So it's like it's gonna have this beautiful herbal steam bath. A little aromatherapy for your turkey. Some fresh oregano and a few bay leaves. So now we're gonna cover our bird with some foil before it goes into the oven, just to kind of keep things nice and hot inside. We are gonna roast this turkey at 325 degrees for a total of 4.5 hours. About halfway through, take the foil off and add another cup or two of broth to that roasting pan. Time to roast the turkey. All right, so our turkey is fully roasted. I've got one little finishing touch. I like to glaze my turkey with some guava jam. This is Puerto Rican. We're going with those delicious tropical flavors, and guava is one of my favorites. If you can't find guava jam, you can always use something like apricot or even raspberry. For this, I'm using a pastry brush. So you just dip it in and paint. Guava is one of my favorite flavors. This is like the smell of home to me. I'm a sucker for that savory, sweet combo. That looks amazing. Now to set the glaze, we're gonna pop it back under the broiler for just about 3 to 5 minutes, just until it's set. All right, so I always bring the beautiful bird out to the table on a platter, but after we say grace, I bring it back into the kitchen because nobody wants to carve a turkey on the table. You really want to be able to do it in the kitchen where you can have much more control over the bird. I like to start with the breast, and I let the breastbone in the center be my guide, cutting slightly either to the left or to the right to get that beautiful piece of the turkey breast out. And so you just sort of run your knife along and then use your hands to pull the meat as you cut. Once you hit a point where you can't go any further, you can come in from the side and then pull that breast meat off. So you can just cut it against the grain on the bias, just kind of going in into beautiful little slices. So I always like to get a little bit of the skin with the meat. So good. I'm getting all of those flavors in that marinade, everything I want in my Thanksgiving turkey.
Growing up, one of the best things my mother would make at Thanksgiving was her stuffing. The only thing was she would use like whole wheat sandwich bread, which is kind of basic. I still love you, Mom. I adore your stuffing, but I wanted to kick it up a notch by using some more flavorful breads. The only thing I did keep was her secret ingredient, which is apples. It had such a gorgeous sweetness. Honestly, the stuffing isn't just great for Thanksgiving. You can make it any time of year. So let's get started with our bread. I love sourdough because it adds really great flavor and structure. I think a key part that you need to know when you're making stuffing is the balance of breads. I'm using something with some structure and something that's a little bit softer and more buttery. You want that combo of both because no one likes mushy stuffing. So I'm slicing this into 1-inch kind of thick planks. And then from there, you don't have to get so precious. You just want to take your slices and then start to tear it into 1-inch pieces. Just like that. Don't get crazy, it's gonna be great. I have 2 sheet pans here, and we're just going to spread them out. A little bit of an arm workout. And this is actually one of the parts of the recipe that I would always help my mother make growing up. Challah is my favorite bread ever. It's super soft, super luxurious. It's gonna add so much richness to your stuffing. We have our sourdough, challah ready to go into the oven. Preheated oven, 300 degrees. We're just gonna bake it for about 15 to 20 minutes. You don't want dry. We just want it to be like on its way to becoming croutons. Now let's chat vegetables. We have 3 leeks here. Alliums are the base of almost any recipe, but for Thanksgiving, I find that leeks really give that Thanksgiving vibe you're looking for. They're a lot more delicate in flavor. Here's the deal with leeks. You gotta clean them really well. The easiest way to do that, took off the tops, we're gonna take off the bottoms, and now we're just going to slice them lengthwise. Reveal these beautiful layers. This is where all the sand and dirt gets caught. I'm gonna pop it into a bowl of water, and you just wanna go through and start to get it nice and clean. We're just going to thinly slice these. Think about like 1/4-inch slices. Put it to the side, and what that means is we're going to use 2 carrots, 2 parsnips, and 2 stalks of celery. We really want nice, like little bite size. Not too small, not too big. I'm looking for a nice small dice. And we're gonna start to build this all in one bowl. Parsnips. They are one of my favorite vegetables. This is one of my favorite ingredients to use in all of fall because it's super cozy. It's got that real nice depth of earthiness, a bit of sweetness. I've got herbs. I'm using thyme and sage today. We're adding just enough to perfume the whole dish. Everyone is very different in terms of their love of garlic. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've used 8 before, 10. I love a lot of garlic, so you really can kind of do this to your own vibe. Last but not least, we're gonna do a 1/2 cup of minced parsley. Just grab a nice handful and we're gonna run our knife through it. Now that our parsley is minced, the last thing we gotta do is chop up an apple. This is the one thing that my mother taught me, and that is the secret to a great stuffing, apples. It's gonna add that perfect sweetness, that punch of fall. And the one thing I want you to know is that a Honeycrisp is the supreme variety. But what I love about these is they don't brown really quickly. It's gonna be nice and bright and still add all of that gorgeous sweetness. Our bread is toasted. I'm gonna let that cool slightly, but meanwhile, we're gonna start sauteing our veggies. Got a pan here over medium-high heat. We are going to melt a full stick of butter. It's Thanksgiving, you gotta treat yourself. Definitely not a time for diet food. But butter, I mean, who doesn't love butter? Our butter is melted and bubbling. You do wanna make sure it's nice and hot. Not burning, not browning yet, but all melted. We're gonna add in our leeks. We're cooking down our leeks until they are nice and jammy. Sounds cute, but really it's a scientific term. They are going to release all of that beautiful sugar, which is going to caramelize, and then it's going to really look like jam at the end. I warned you that leeks are quintessential for the aromas of Thanksgiving. Butter, leeks, right now I already smell stuffing. I'm telling you, this is the most important thing, especially when your guests arrive. They're gonna smell your kitchen. It's gonna be so delicious. And we are going to keep going and add all of our chopped veggies. We have our carrots, parsnips, and celery. We're starting to cook these vegetables, but we're not looking to fully cook them. At this point, Let's start seasoning. I think that too often people do not season as they go. It's such a crucial aspect to make sure that everything tastes seasoned and not salty. There really is something magical when like garlic hits a hot pan. And just like that, we're done with our cooking. Our vegetables are sauteed. I'm gonna let these cool down for a little bit. Why do you want them to cool down? It's all going back in the oven. That's because we're gonna be tossing this up with our hands. You do not want to burn yourself. Y'all ready to toss? It's the sound of crunchy bread. This is where the magic starts to happen. Let's go in with these veggies. Get every last bit of butter. We got our Honeycrisp apple, parsley, 2 cups of apple cider, and then 2 cups of vegetable stock. We got the stock, we got the vegetables. We need something to brighten this up. Cut through all of that richness, and I find that a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar is just gonna help add a little bit more balance. Half a cup of heavy cream, more richness, more custardy goodness. We're using 3/4 cup of nuts. Last but not least, we have our eggs. You wanna be not delicate. We're not trying to obliterate the bread, but we do want to start to squeeze in all of these juices and get it kind of homogeneous, because really, like, you don't want your stuffing to fall apart as you cut into it. I have a 9x13 baking dish. You could use ceramic, you could use glass, you could use something that is an heirloom from your grandmother, anything that's going to hold this stuffing. I've bumped up the temperature to 375, and we're gonna bake this for about 50 to 60 minutes till it's beautifully golden, cook through. Your whole kitchen's gonna smell even better. Now this is a stuffing. You have the nice little golden bits of crispy bread. The center is going to be nice and delicious and have soaked up all of the flavors of our vegetables, herbs. You got the apples. This is going to be a stuffing your family's gonna be talking about forever. Let's give it a try. I'm a big believer in the corner piece. You worked for this, you get it. Great bread to veggie ratio. It's like if Thanksgiving was wrapped up into a bread pudding and really given like a warm hug, it's this stuffing. I'm gonna keep eating this, but have a happy Thanksgiving.
In my family, there is no Thanksgiving without a really good sweet potato pie. And I mean, it's so good, you might as well forget about the turkey. Dessert is what everyone wants anyway, am I right? I am taking a classic sweet potato pie to the next level because my recipe is full of indulgent fall flavors with an extra dose of everyone's favorite campfire treat. You can't have an amazing pie without an amazing crust. You gotta have that incredible, delicious graham cracker. So I'm gonna add this right into our food processor. And here's another thing. If you don't have these available, you can also buy the crumbs right in the grocery store, already ready. And you really want to create some nice crumbs here, pretty fine. So just make sure you get these grinded all the way down. All right, so once you have it all grinded up, we're just gonna add this directly into a large mixing bowl. Get all our crumbs in there. And then I'm gonna add a little bit of granulated sugar. And then we're just gonna whisk all of this together. We wanna make sure that we combine that sugar so you taste it in every single bite of this pie. And once you have a nice mix on that, we're gonna add some melted butter in here so we can actually start to bring this crust together. You can add whatever butter you have in the fridge, y'all, and I know you have plenty of butter for the holidays. And then I'm gonna use a spatula to start to combine everything. We wanna make sure that we moisten all of the graham crackers so it'll stick together and adhere really well. And you can sort of test it by just sort of sticking your finger in, and if you see it starts to actually stick together, it's ready to go. So I'm gonna dump this into a 9-inch pie plate. And then this is when your hands get a little dirty. I'm gonna start to press this right into the bottom of the pan. And just work your hands around and make it as even as possible. It doesn't have to be perfect, so don't worry about messing it up. Once you have your pie crust set up in your pie plate, it's time to bake it off. You wanna make sure that this sets up and gets a nice golden color. Our pie crust is ready to go in the oven at 350 for about 10 minutes. Okay, so our gorgeous pie crust is out of the oven, and look at that golden color. I mean, it really just looks so beautiful. We're going to let this cool for a bit while we start working on our filling. So, of course, if you have sweet potatoes for the holidays, you can actually just bake them until soft and use that as a nice substitute as well. But for the ease of this recipe, you can just grab a can of this and it's gonna make your life so much easier. So I'm gonna add this to our mixing bowl. Get all of that in there. And this is crucial because you do not want to use cold eggs for this recipe. You want to make sure that they are room temperature so your pie filling will set up perfectly. And we're also gonna add 1 egg yolk. There we go. And now we're gonna add some dark brown sugar. And I'm just gonna scoop that in, pack it down, and add that right into our mixer as well. And finally, I'm going to add some vanilla extract. You wanna make sure you use the real thing. All right, and we're gonna mix that all together. First, I'm going to add in some cornstarch. And then I'm also going to add in some ground cinnamon. I'm also going to add in some salt. I want to add some cloves, some nutmeg, and some ginger. And seriously, your kitchen is going to smell fantastic. All right, get that nice and mixed in. And then finally, we're going to add in some milk and also some heavy cream. Now, this pie batter is going to seem a little bit thin, but do not worry about it. It's going to bake up like a dream. This is a super deep pie plate, so we're able to get all of the filling in here. I cranked the temperature up to 375 so we get this nice setting of the pie. And we're gonna bake this for about 50 to 55 minutes and then check on it about halfway through. Now our beautiful sweet potato pie is out of the oven, and I've been letting it cool for about 3 hours. And now we're gonna get started on our chocolate ganache, which is going to go right on top of it. So I'm gonna start with our chocolate chips, and I'm gonna add that into our mixing bowl. And then I also have some heavy whipping cream. And that's all it is, y'all. Super easy. And this is going to go into our microwave so we can let that chocolate melt down. So So now we're just gonna whisk all of the ingredients together until smooth. This smells amazing. So you wanna let this cool for maybe about 10 minutes and then you can add it to your pie. And then I'm just gonna take a tiny offset spatula and spread that around. Okay, we've got our graham crackers, we've got our chocolate, and now it's time for our marshmallows. I'm just gonna start adding these right to the top. Have fun with this. I just went with a super classic approach here. I went with just some jumbo marshmallows. I just love how organic and fun this feels, and you know, it really does seem like you're by the campfire. You can also just grab one right off of the pie and just eat it for a snack. You know, win-win. But not quite complete, because we've got to torch these babies. Now, kitchen torch. Most of you may not have this at home, but if you do want to invest in these, it's so much fun. You put this on the table at Thanksgiving and people are going to just gasp. You just can't deny wanting a piece of this, right? Got that chocolate with that mix of those fall spices and that filling, and then that graham cracker crust is just so perfectly crisp. This recipe is so perfect for Thanksgiving, and I hope you have a wonderful one.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. I'm Alejandra Ramos.
I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
I'm Jay Cohen, and this is Today Food All-Stars.
Comfort food can be pretty much anything that makes you happy.
Today we're making 3 dishes that are hearty, delicious,
and super satisfying.
I'm cooking up a decadent stovetop mac and cheese.
And this is my all-star take on my favorite comfort